Hello.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How are you today, man?
I'm doing good. Doing okay. Feeling ready to podcast.
All right. I'm sitting here just waiting for whatever bit you have ready.
What bit
I,
are you
I,
what are you talking about, dude? I think you need to chill. You seem to be on edge. You seem to be a little
uh-huh.
trepidatious, and I don't know why you're trepidatious. I think you should just chill. I think we can
I'm
just
in,
have a
I'm
normal
encountering a
podcast.
certain level of trepidation.
Just why can't we just podcast or not? What's going on
All
here?
right, let's just podcast. Hey,
All
what's
right.
going? How'd your week
My
go?
week's fine. My week's good. I had, lots of stuff going down. Clearly you're sitting there a little bit, you know, a little bit concerned, but you have nothing to be concerned about. We can just have a normal episode. What's the problem?
I can fucking hear it in your voice that there's a sub bit just sitting there,
Are
ready to
you
go.
are you are you fearful of when I am made more powerful? Is that what we're getting
Oh,
at here?
absolutely not. I actually
Okay.
I was sitting there when I saw your fucking incredible tweet discovery uh about reclaiming words. I saw that. By the way, did you make that image of yourself like laughing with like
No,
the
no, someone just made that some time ago.
okay, because that's incredible. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, man, he cannot be damaged in this way. It literally only makes him stronger.
I mean, like when it gets to the point that someone is able to accurately write out the script for the opening 5 minutes of this episode,
Oh man,
it's bad. And you
yeah.
have to have some level of soul left within you to say, hey, now, I can't be simply scripted out as an AI to like the 99th degree of,
I
of,
have
of
a
accuracy.
I have bad news for you then, because we all can, given enough time and knowledge.
Well, listen, all right? As obvious and as predictable as it would be for me to sit here and ask you whether or not you think I am naturally intelligent and so on and so forth, it's just a little too on the nose, don't you think? It's a little
It's a
too
little on the
obvious.
nose.
So I say, forget all of that, all right? That was last night.
That
We
was
move on.
literally yesterday.
A bunch of people listening to this probably have no idea what we're even talking about. There's some shit going down on my Twitter. That's all. And
Yeah,
we just
it's
move
it's
on.
it's good.
There's some shit going down in Point Charles, not Point St. Charles, in Point Claire as well, apparently, since that's
What?
where that lady is from.
She's from Point Claire?
Apparently, she's from Westmount, dude.
Of
Not
course.
Westmount, West Island. Sorry, West Island. Yeah,
Of course, she's from the West Island.
yeah. So that's what's going
Of
down.
course.
But listen, we don't need to spend undue amounts of time on these things. We keep it moving over here. It's I think the bit is implied. I think it's implicit. I think the energy levels and the power in the air can be felt this morning, and I don't think we
Mm-hmm.
need to go into the predictable on it. I think we all just know and we keep it moving. You know?
Works for me.
Some bits just
Fucking
just just explode and get inhaled and they just linger, and there's calling attention to them actually like diminishes the power. Some bits are
fucking
just
hate
best
the
left
West
in the
Island.
air.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you are lost,
Ugh.
the best thing you can do, I think, is go check out my Twitter and see what's exploding over there.
This is
Um,
a good this is a good way to advertise our social media because you're like, hey, don't understand what we're talking about? Why don't you go follow us on Twitter?
that's the best I can say. You know? Yeah, no. There is definitely a scary degree of accuracy um, when someone can write out a script, perhaps even generate a program that will be able to write a script that will script an episode of this podcast, feed it a news story, and then just have it go, here's what the conversation is going to sound like. That's not
I would
great.
legitimately love to see. It's funny that you mentioned that, because one of the things I have to talk about this week is about the total failure of people's ability to predict my behavior this week, which I thought was interesting.
Okay.
But I would love to see one of those things where they feed a robot like the transcription of like 100 episodes.
They've already done it with the titles.
The titles is one thing, but like the ones that generate scripts for like TV shows, right? And just like see what kind of fucking stupid conversation a robot would create.
Yeah. I mean, what it would need to do is they would need to have a text-to-speech recognition system that creates a script of all existing episodes and then is able to distinguish between your voice and mine, and is then able to create two distinct patterns based on subject matter and wording, and then feed it all back. It can be done. We literally have the building blocks of speech recognition. We have the building blocks of pitch recognition, so you can identify me and you, turning all those words into a generated script, and then we have text-to-speech to spit it back out, and then we have text-to-speech that sounds like people, and there's enough data on us over the years. Like, this literally does exist and could happen. Next bot, as someone said.
It'd probably be faster to transcribe it, but transcribing these podcasts is a total fucking pain in the ass.
And waste of your time and life. But then again, so is listening. So, Anyway. Hello.
Hello. Happy International Women's Day.
You want to start there?
Yeah, fuck it.
Okay.
I have to say, I have to applaud the height, the absolute fucking height of cynicism has fucking totally worked 100% beyond all expectation.
Black people should be picking cotton on their own farms that they own as business owners that are a part of this new economy. In fact, the cotton industry has grown quite a bit, and the industry would benefit from lots of black-owned businesses stepping into that space.
There's the sub bit. There it was. So to those of you who don't understand, we're talking about Twitter news today. Today's International Women's Day. It's March 8th, 2021. And everybody's talking about the fact that the Burger King UK account just types out full stop, women belong in the kitchen, period. To follow it up with the tweet, if they want to, of course, yet only 20% of chefs are women. We're on a mission to change the gender ratio in the restaurant industry, blah, 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 blah.
Now, I'm pretty sure the first thing everyone did in the replies on that was count out how many remaining characters could have been used in that first tweet to go, your stupid joke would have worked in one tweet, but you separated it into two for maximum damage. Right. Good job. Good job.
That is so because the tweet's blowing the absolute shit. Oh, you could totally have put it in. You still have like 15 characters left. It's so obvious that it was designed specifically to make you go, wait, what? Burger King hates women. Oh, wait, okay. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, look at that. And it's just like,
oh, that's nice.
I was like, I was like rolling my eyes at just, this is the height of cynicism. This is literally clickbait. Right?
So here's the question. Which checkmarked brand will post the same thing and today, only today, and then the second tweet will just be no really.
Chick-fil-A? Maybe?
like who? Who will stand and die on that mountain just for the bit?
Wendy's actually once told
and then you
Burger
do it for
King
KFC.
that their mom was a hoe.
KFC does it, and then the third tweet is just the double down is coming back. Available now.
So I think the absolute height of this and what caused me to stop rolling my eyes and realize that whoever is sitting behind that account doing their marketing thing is like a genius is that do you know who the first brand to clap back on this was?
No.
It is KFC.
Oh.
It is KFC Gaming. Yes, that's right. For the console.
Yep.
The
chicken heating console.
Posted a little meme of Colonel Sanders writing out the best time to delete this was immediately after posting it. The second best time is now. And I'm like, haha. But the genius here, the genius is that Burger King is now arguing with them. So why would we delete a tweet that's drawing attention to a huge lack of female representation in our industry? We thought you'd be on board with this as well. We launched a scholarship to help you give more of our female employees the chance to pursue a culinary career. They managed to turn a world-trending get in the kitchen bitches, and any dissent to that becomes, why do you hate women? Why do you... But we're trying to help. And like, it's fucking... It's unassailable. It's future, so fucking awful.
The future we have entered of brands with a voice that exists in the public conversation that then fight back and forth with each other is just like, I still haven't finished processing that that's where we live now, you know, and this is normal and it'll only go further from here. Like, whenever
it's a matter of time between like they start calling each other for real names.
Yeah, well, that's it, right? Especially, like, that's what I'm saying is, like, wherever the world goes from Twitter, because Twitter's going to last a long time, but when it eventually does move or switch forms into something else, the idea of brand people talking to everyone will continue to exist. You know, if there was a fucking Ready Player One Oasis, Colonel Sanders would be a sponsored character walking around the world saying bullshit and doing things and fighting the king from Burger King as he says horrible shit. You know, like it's here now. It's not just commercials and billboards. It's legitimately like throwing themselves into the middle of the public discourse. Because that's our future.
I just want the Wendy's Twitter account to call somebody a motherfucker. Like, I don't know why, because Dave Thomas seemed like a nice enough guy and he gave the money to the orphans. But like, for some reason, Wendy's being like, fuck off, bitch, to like Arby's or some shit is just the funniest thing in the world to me.
I mean, I feel as if where the ingredient we're missing is the mascots themselves voicing all of this. Like, it's unfortunate that like VR chat, for example, is not a bigger deal in the world, because little Wendy talking to, you know, Ronald starting shit in full form as they voice out their characters and do the bits and say all the things in this way is the only thing we're missing.
No, I think there's one more thing that we're missing, and we'll never get to see it, but it's the fucking massive spreadsheet on all their computers that is like, when you say the word fuck, Whopper sales go up by 12%.
Wow.
I think I was looking at fucking You know Justin Wang?
Mm-hmm.
He literally like walked by a Burger King today, and like people were lined up out the door because everybody talking about Burger King. Fuck, we're talking about Burger King.
We certainly are.
I literally can't help it. It's too funny.
But it's also like, in the end, do you take that as a dub? Is that a win when they go, hey, people are all talking about how dumb that tweet was, and we pretty much anticipated the blowback? But at the end of the day, if you're talking about it, Burger King's an institution. It's been around for years. It's not going anywhere. Like,
it sucks, man. Burger King fucking blows.
It's not great for burgers, no. But is it not just at the point where simply discussing whatever their latest dumb shit online is effective, simply because it's being discussed? Like, you're bigger than your take, your dumb take.
Like what is gonna happen? Like fucking a fucking actor playing Colonel Sanders is gonna go on Joe Rogan to explain to people that the fucking dinosaurs were chickens and that we're coming out with their new dinosaur burger.
I mean, Whole Foods basically approached that, but
oh, seriously?
Yeah,
Jesus,
the Whole Foods guy went on, but yeah, no, it's just, it's also, as you said, it's like probably the worst tasting of the big name burger joints, in my opinion.
The only place, like, I put Harvey's and Burger King like all the way at the fucking bottom floor.
Nah, I disagree, but I don't want to get into this fucking sponsored ass conversation, to be honest.
Okay,
because this shit sucks.
No, we have video games to talk. We have our own consumer fucking lifestyle to live over here.
We certainly do.
It's not about burgers. It's about electronic products.
Yeah, and besides, we should all be vegan, like the teacher says. But anyway,
I mean, probably they're getting better at that meat printing shit. You see that?
Apparently so.
There's been advancements made.
I saw something called Nugs, which is like a meatless nugget that is apparently pretty solid. So, who knows? That sounds pretty impressive. I'm more so interested in 3D printed meat. I like that as an idea more. It's definitely getting into super weird future printing. Future mothership will create your meals Jetson style, you know, for you, or like have it in a pill almost form. But like 3D printed meat as a concept seems pretty interesting. I don't know.
I'll eat a 3D printed meat.
Mm-hmm.
I'll eat a lab grown steak made out of poo.
But yeah, the debate on like, oh, which of these burgers is best or whatever. It's like there was one morning when, like, for some reason, I don't know how, like the host, I think it's like Hostess brand chip products or whatever. Like they have their mix of different chips and shit, and they have a value pack, and then they managed to somehow get it trending by asking, hey, which of these flavors of chips is the best? And it became like a humongous trending conversation, and it was all sponsored, and it was fucking gross. And I'm just like, I don't want to go down this road. So
Wooly, we're sponsored.
Yeah, totally, for sure. For the brief moments when we talk about that shit later on in the podcast at the allotted time. Up until then, you know, it is what it is. Anyway.
I fucking hate that dude. Our dystopia is fucking lame. I think that's the worst part of all this. I could have gone for like, it's so lame. I don't know what I wanted, but like, Jesus shit. It's so fucking boners. It's hate it. We're supposed to have cool robot stuff.
No.
I don't.
No, we weren't.
We're supposed to have cool robot stuff and blood sports.
It was never practical. The robot stuff was always like, it's just cool to look at because it's like a mechanical version of a person. But at the end of the day, there's scenarios where like as just the cool looking robot is the least practical thing in the world. What's cool is not practical.
They're testing those robot dogs out in the streets.
Sure.
For surveillance or whatever.
Sure.
But because of all the Boston Dynamics videos, people are like, oh, cute robot. Instead of, is that a fucking police surveillance robot? Kill it. This sucks.
Yeah. No, we're heading for the Looper future. We're heading there.
Oh, dude, the Looper future sucks.
We're heading there. It's gonna have glimpses of crazy futuristic technology mired in absolute, like, the fall never quite finishes. The fall just kind of continues to happen indefinitely as you feed your gas back into your muffler. Or other way around. Anyway, video games.
Sad. Hey, video game. You know what's a good way to distract yourself from the incoming horrible dystopia? Playing video games.
Sex is temporary. Video games are forever.
Video games are forever. That's right.
Yeah. What'd you do?
Played some video game.
Okay.
All right, so there are two main ones that I played this week. One was actually sponsored by Quantic Dream. I couldn't believe that they reached out to me.
Excuse
to
me?
Something.
Wait.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Can you discuss the how on that?
Yeah, real easy. I occasionally work with a third-party PR company that goes, hey, we got this game company that's like, they want to give you some money to stream a game. And I'm like, okay, what game? And they're like, this game. And they're the guys that I got like Necromunda and like some of the Focus Home Interactive stuff through.
Could they possibly have known directly who this was going to?
Oh, fuck no. Absolutely goddamn hell no.
Then there we go. All right.
No way. And Quantic Dream published, but did not develop, a game called Sea of Solitude. That came out like a couple years ago or whatever, but like they put out on the Switch and they wanted me to cover it. So I'm like,
let's
okay.
see if they hit you with that retweet. That's how you'll know.
I'll cover it. Oh, they did not. And it is like a little, I don't know what to call it. It's like not like I guess the closest example would be like a Journey, but like it's a little longer and there's a little bit more to it, but it's very much like a wander around and jump around in a very, very pretty aesthetic kind of game. Well, like the story gets talked at you.
Okay.
I wouldn't quite call it a walking simulator because there is like proper platforming and exploration.
Did you see Rime?
But
is it like Rime?
It is like Rime. It's not as good as Rime.
Okay.
It's
sounds like what you're describing.
Yeah, it's just straight up not as good as Rime.
Okay.
Rime looked a lot better and was more interesting. The main problem was Sea of Solitude is that you load in and it's really weird. Like you're a crow person in an infinite ocean, and you're your lantern on your boat provides all light, and once you get away from it, it becomes
crow person,
pitch black and nightmarish. Yeah, like the crow person, like you're all feathered and shit. And your pardon?
Thickness?
What?
Crow? You got that junk in the trunk? No? All right.
No, like a bird, Wooly.
Yeah. That odor effects booty. Hell yeah.
All right. Anyway.
Oh, you forgot?
Yeah.
You forgot
10 years ago.
You forgot the shape and the size. All right. Well, yeah.
Okay. Anyway, uh, so right away, the first thing that you encounter is like a floating golden perfect child that is very happy, and then you run into some giant turtle antagonist monster that starts screaming like you'll never be good enough, and you'll just hurt everybody, and like, oh, okay, this is what this game is. This game is about a trauma, and characters are going to tell you their trauma, and you're going to work past it, and it's going to be a whole thing. And I kind of rolled my eyes a little bit.
Okay.
And then you get to the second sequence in which your character encounters like the bird form of your little brother who was like horribly bullied in school. And I don't think I've ever played anything that made me so like legitimately bummed out as going through that sequence. It is like an hour of platforming while listening to the like overheard descriptions of a kid getting bullied and like him
Okay.
trying to tell the sister, but the sister doesn't listen, and him trying to play it off and all that shit. And it's like, whereas the game starts really heavy handed, that stuff, particularly as somebody who experienced like pretty severe bullying in like elementary and high school, was dead on.
So I'm seeing that the studio Joe May Games received Games for Impact awards or nominations for Sea of Solitude. So it seems as if this was something that it got awards based on the subject matter you're describing.
Yeah, it was it like listening to it, it was like absolutely fucking dead on accurate and depressing. Like like caused misery in my fucking chest. Depressing. And one of the things that stood out to me was that I was obviously playing it on stream with a chat, and I saw some folks go, "Oh, this is so overdone," or "This is so overplayed." To which I would have to respond like, "No, it's not. This is actually dead on. If you are not the kind of person that experienced bullying or didn't know anybody who experienced like bullying, like it's dead on, and it's even on the tamer side.
Hmm.
Like nobody is attempted to be murdered in the storyline here. It's just all like minor assaults and humiliation. And then you go on from that just feel bad hour to the parents' relationship falling apart, and the mother suffering from what I believe to be is depression, and the dad wanting out of like the family entirely,
So
and them like
these are
argue. It feels like they're like somebody, a friend's parents are like having the fight that will end their marriage one room over.
mm-hmm. So but you're hearing this in the audio in the background while you're playing in the fictional world.
Yeah, it's two or three things. Either the monster-ish-ized version of the character, be it an octopus, a giant bird, or a chameleon, or what have you, is literally telling you, or you're picking up like bottles, which are like audio logs, or they're arguing amongst each other, or what have you, or you're cleansing like these corruption points to add more light back to the world. And that will unlock like a scene that you will see played out in mimicry or stuff like that. So there's more to it than literally like just listening to the bad thing. There's actually a lot more gameplay in it that I was expecting, like compared to say like a Journey or like compared to like Journey and Limbo. It's in the middle
Okay.
where there's like not as much puzzle solving or gameplay as like Limbo, but it's not like a run and jump and beautiful thon like Journey. Um, but the takeaway that I had was that I have genuinely never felt like so fucking depressed playing anything.
Mm.
It is setting out exactly what it meant to do, which I like. I think the very first part of the game is kind of like a little too heavy handed, but after that it like gets into its groove. But like it's fucking like miserable.
Yeah, well, I mean, I imagine.
It is a horrible experience, and it's a good one to pick on. Of like, games don't have to be fun,
Mhm.
because this one is like the fucking last game I would ever describe as fun
I
in
mean,
my life.
I would say that any game where, like, you know, you have connection to the subject matter and you can see it being depicted in a, like, non-exaggerated form, you know, is going to, like, land in that way. And yeah, there's been examples of that over the years. I'm almost thinking of what was it called? That Dragon Cancer
Mm-hmm.
from
Oh yeah,
some time ago.
or that Dragon Cancer exists to fuck you up,
Mm-hmm.
or have you feel even a smidgen of empathy for the parents who developed it, who were in just like the most nightmarish situation ever.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I could see why Quantic Dream would have looked at this and decided they wanted to publish it, because like the emotions, but like actually for real, like I did have emotions. I almost feel like the game's art style, like I don't know if you've seen it,
I did. I looked at some
but it's like
screenshots. Mm-hmm.
it's very bright and colorful, and the characters are like all anthropomorphized, and like I didn't get what I thought I was gonna get.
Looks
You
like
know
there's a
what I
bunch of
mean? Like it,
a lot of sailing too. It seems.
yeah. Like it is not what I thought I was gonna get. Uh, Overall, I would probably not have played that game. Uh, Had I not been sponsored. I'm glad I played it, and I will never finish it, because there is like literally more to the like parent storyline that I didn't see, and then there's a ex-boyfriend storyline that I don't even want to fucking touch.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like just like, you know what? I'm fucking good. I'm fine. I'm good. No, thank you. Cause this like sucks to play. And that has all the artistic value in the world. And I don't care. Right? I
Well,
just like
yeah. No, I get it. You know, I think, yeah. No, but it's cool when these kind of games pop up and that exist. I mean, if you're going through it, I imagine, and like, yeah, you're hearing it, and then I'm sure that some part of you is like, you know, just going back to those times and shit as you're playing it, and it's not a pleasant experience overall to do that.
mhm.
And I'm sure when you turn the game off, it's still not a pleasant, like, thing to be like,
Oh
oh well,
no,
that's
like the
gone, you know.
one of the things that leaped out at me was that one of the descriptions of bullying the kid has is he describes that uh, he's trying to tell his sister that the other kids like hid his backpack and he doesn't know where any of his stuff is, and he's getting like ignored. And I'm like, oh, cool. That totally happened to me all the time. Kids would take my shit out from under my desk when I wasn't looking, and literally fucking toss it out the window. And then I'd get in trouble for not having like my homework or like my books
Mm-hmm.
in the next class. And when you go, Mikey fucking threw it out the fucking window in English class, you get like, don't make excuses.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so it's like, oh, cool. I have not thought about that in 20 fucking years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need this.
Mm-hmm.
And the parents getting divorced is like, my parents' relationship was really strong, but like it's definitely hitting real enough that like anybody who ever heard their parents have like a fucking shit down drag out fight is
Mm-hmm.
gonna be like very uncomfortable. And then the relationship one later, I assume, is so fucked. It's like there's probably
Something for everyone.
something for everybody to be fucking miserable. And I think the idea here, like like a game that like wants to mean something will have a goal.
Mm-hmm.
I think the goal is that and I saw it happen in real time in my chat, where it's like there are people whose parents never really fought.
Mm-hmm.
There are people who never got picked on in school, or there are parents who there are people who didn't really have like a fucked up breakup, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who just got but usually you encountered or at least knew somebody who went through one of them, and then you'll attach to that, and then you'll be able to look at that and see that this game treated that subject correctly, and then be able to look at the other topics which you might have thought were overdone and go, oh shit, is it really like that? Like did people's parents really break up like that? Like, holy fuck. Or, is that, it's like intended to generate empathy.
Well, again, it is possible to overdo it on a lot of subjects like that, and it is possible to take a heavy hand that is like not accurately, like capturing some of the feelings of those types of moments in your life. So the fact that if they can cover multiple and do it fairly properly, or at the very least each person that has been related to that can weigh in and go like, yeah, no, that seems to pretty much be how it goes down. That's a rare thing. And also I feel like the nature of the stories that I guess like, well, it sounds like this is like, again, a meta thing where there's a real story happening and then there's the fictional world.
Yeah, it's
playing,
clearly
right?
like a massive metaphor.
Yeah. A lot of stories and games and movies we absorb are a lot less meta, more literal, and also like the major focus of almost everything we read, play, and watch is loss. It's death. That's pretty much the main exposure. It's the main threat. It's the main sadness and tragedy and all the stories we get into. So the things that are like that are more subtle and like contextual to, childhood, like in a modern environment, is underexplored because it's relatively new.
So yeah, good game. I hate it. I hate playing it.
Fair.
I would like to remove it from my mind. You
didn't feel emotions, you felt emotions.
Yeah, congrats on creating a game that will likely successfully engender at least some empathy, which is interesting. I was just thinking about this because I saw people talking about Evangelion in that, and what do you call it? The Quantic Dream games are the same way, where they go, we want to make you sad, right? Evangelion doesn't try and have you empathize with somebody's depression. It tries to make you depressed.
Like, and this game is Sea of Solitude again, by the way. Sea of Solitude is what it's called.
Detroit doesn't want to make you think about what it would be like to be a robot. It wants you to be sad that this robot was mean to.
Well, thank Quantic Dream.
What's the dev, actually? They're the ones who actually...
Yeah, no, I said it just now. It was...
Joe something?
Joe May Games.
Joe May Games. I have not played it, but I imagine Baba Ayo is similar to this.
Papa and Yo.
Oh, Papa and Yo, not Baba and Yo.
Yeah,
jeez, that's fucking stupid. No, Papa and Yo, yeah, where it's like the game is like, hey, my dad fucking beat my ass and fucked me up. You want to see a video game about it? Like, you know what? I bet it's a really good game.
Did you cross that over with Baba as you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Okay. Sea of Solitude.
So in total opposition to that, I decided to play something this week out of spite, which has usually worked really well for me. And that was, as we talked about earlier last week briefly, where I was like, I feel dumb that I can't build a good house in Valheim. If you remember that at all, Wolves. That was like near the end of the podcast. And then I went back into Valheim and made a slightly better house. And I was like, good, I made a better house. But then I said, you know what? Fuck this. I'm gonna do that thing that I do like once or twice a year. I'm gonna dunk my fucking head into a genre that I don't know about shit, and like force myself to learn.
And was it
And
satisfactory?
it was satisfactory. Ha ha ha! Great name for that game, by the way.
Really good.
Like incredible name.
Mm-hmm.
I went to the build a thing automation like category on Steam and saw, okay, we got like what do you call it? We got Factorio, that's been out for a million years. We got Satisfactory. We got I mean technically Minecraft is in there, right?
But you dove in specifically because the nature of Satisfactory is something you would not like.
Yeah, I'm like,
Okay.
and because so Satisfactory is a factory building game.
Yes.
It is literally fucking like Roller Coaster Tycoon, but on the ground.
Third person,
kind of
run
thing.
around, pipes and production lines and
like point your gun at a location, put the factory down,
mm-hmm.
conveyor
Create the
belt
conveyor belt. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know where did you hear about it? Just by going to that list?
No, I have heard about it for a while. It keeps showing up on my Steam page as like, hey, look, it's popular with your friends, or it showed up in my queue, or what have you.
So I've seen it from the weirdest way. Like I've seen it in like random clip form from like people that are like streamers that are people like debate streamers and like political online people and stuff will just go off on their subject matter and just sometimes have a game just going in the background.
Oh, that is a very weird way.
And I saw clips of it. I saw Satisfactory in that from like just while people were talking, just like going through, and I saw some of that and I was like, what the fuck is that? You know? And that's where I heard about it.
So, like, my initial frustration was like with Valheim, and that like I did not know how to architecture my way into a satisfactory thing. So I figured, oh, I'll dive into this.
Mm-hmm.
To which, when I told people I was going to play Satisfactory on stream, I discovered like 50 tweets in a row from people going, don't, it will make you crazy. You'll lose your shit. Your mind goblins will fucking lose your mind. Your OCD will be out of control. Yada, yada. So I dove in, and within an hour or two, I'm like sitting there, literally pumping my fists, yelling, concrete, 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 as I've made a basic concrete storage machine to create foundations to which I can pave over this disgusting fucking nature planet.
So it worked.
So it did work. Turns out OCD loves organization, efficiency, and automation. Who'd have thought?
Did you like SimCity?
No. And this is kind of the part that I'm kind of lost on from a personal perspective.
Okay.
I like SimCity and city builders themselves never did anything for me at all.
Interesting.
Like that whole genre, literally that whole genre, like did nothing for me. And I think part of the reason is that one is the perspective shift. It being in 3D, first of all, it looks incredible.
You like being on the ground as opposed to the God view?
I very much prefer being on the ground.
I agree.
And
That's
there
cool.
is because you're on the ground running around, there is a different. So in a sim game like a SimCity, it's like, I mean, everyone's played SimCity or City Skylines or even Civ or what have you. It's You're choosing to build things based on your resources and your tech and yada yada. With Satisfactory, the loop is very different, and it's much more individually based because you have to literally go find the materials, and they're scattered all over the fucking place, and then build your miner or what have you, and then you have to conveyor that to the location that you chose for assembly, and being able to, like, not physically, but able to, like, see it and build it, as well as build it up, which you can't do in anything 2D or 2.5D, like, really helps. And the game has, like, the tutorial is called onboarding, because when you decide if you want to start a new game and skip the tutorial, it says skip onboarding, which I thought was really funny. But it has a really nice, like, escalation of complexity, which I felt that many of the city builders of old, like, don't have. Like, I felt, like, overwhelmed instantly.
The trailer for it has shots of impossibly large and complex
Spaghetti Nightmare.
Yes, of pipes.
The official name
tubes,
for that is spaghetti.
Futurama tubes zipping you around a insane hellscape of production lines and conveyor belts.
Yeah. And so that's what I saw. And when I saw that, I'm like, well, this seems intimidating and nightmarish. Right? So there's the voice acted trailer where they show off, like, what I termed the spaghetti nightmare, which is like a YouTuber's like fucking attempt to, like, push the system to its limit. And I looked at that and went, oh, that's an intimidating fucking nightmare. All right, and that was the tipping point for me. Like, this is the one I'm gonna try. And despite that, I have to really applaud that even though it's an early access game, its actual minute-to-minute progression and level of complexity is incredibly easy to manage. Because the very first thing is they put your ass on the ground and you can just explore. And it's a big goddamn, like, area. Like, it's like I don't know, it's like 25, 30 kilometers squared.
Oh yeah,
like it's absolutely fucking gigantic. And your new game is like, do you want to start in the desert? Do you want to start in the forest and stuff like that? And I thought those were different planet types. No, they're literally just like starting zone. And the very first thing is you're literally walking up to a mining deposit of iron and hitting it with a stick to get iron out. And then you make an auto miner. But you got to empty the auto miner by hand. All right. Well, then you can build a smelter. And then, okay, the smelter will smelt it into ingots for you for free, as long as you apply it with power. Well, the early power has to be fed, like, leaves and dirt and wood and shit, because, I mean, you don't have coal energy or hydroelectric jams or anything, right?
Are you
so
sure,
in the early game...
Are you sure you don't enjoy Minecraft?
I'm sure.
Okay. Go on.
And I think we'll get there. And so your early game is literally just, I need ingots to make into, like, rods or whatever the fuck. So I'm going to have the coal, I'm going to have the miner feed the smelter, which makes the ingots. And then I'm going to take the ingots and make them into rods personally. And whenever the generator runs dry, I'll run around and grab leaves and throw it into the generator. Right? Like, it's it's very simple. And then, okay, well, you unlock a constructor. So the constructor will be able to turn the ingots into rods by themselves. Oh, that's cool. And, well, okay, but I don't just need rods, I also need plates, which are both made from ingots. So I'll put a splitter on that conveyor belt. And now the conveyor belt will feed both, but now I need more power. So now I'm going to go get another generator. And so on and so forth and so on and so forth. And, like, eventually you're unlocking coal, which will automate power generation. Your objective is to build a fucking space elevator and send up certain high value parts for manufacture up to up the space elevator. So that I don't know what the total goal of that is, but it's like the company that you're working for is like, we want automated wiring, we want smart plates.
So you're
make
not
these.
just choosing what product you want to make and ship and send and all that shit. Like you are,
Yeah.
there is a goal.
Yeah, no, they're all the basic difference is that the items you send up for objectives are not used for anything. They're like they're crafted items that are there for progression.
Worthless in game. Yeah. Okay.
Worthless in game.
Mm-hmm.
So eventually I get to the point where I'm blowing an entire evening just routing out this fucking complicated single mining device on a coal node, and I'm like, well, and I run the math and I discover, oh, this can support 8 coal generators, which and the thing's mining at 120 coal a minute, and the conveyor belts can only transport 60 a minute, so I need to make a fast conveyor belt, which then splits into 4 different ones, which you can feed into 8 generators, and then find a source of water and feed into that. And now I have 600 megawatts of power. And
what are your starting tools?
Good. Your starting tools are a fucking stick and a screwdriver.
Okay. And the payload.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can create a hub, and the hub is like your little crafting bench. And you also get a dismantlement gun, which is probably the part that makes the game work the strongest, because the dismantlement gun is you literally point it at anything and hold down the button for half a second, and it will dismantle it entirely and give you all of the materials back. Like that single choice, that
so
and the fact that
you can like Fortnite shit.
Yeah, that and the fact that resources are infinite. Like I found a pure coal node. Good. This will now support 8 generators forever. Once I completely perfectly automate it, it will literally just run forever. Like I don't have to worry about running out of Vespine fucking gas. And it gets to the point where this has happened to me once, and it will happen to me again, where I look down at my factory and it's a fucking mess. And you go, I kind of want to fix this because it's a fucking mess, and like I have fucking spaghetti everywhere. But more than that, I planned it wrong. And what I thought a 600 by 600 foot grid would be enough for, say, all the iron smelting I need, I actually need closer to like a square kilometer.
Okay. Question.
To feed this shit.
If I, for example, don't have OCD about like how to arrange things, and you just get it done in the messiest, shittiest way possible, is there any...
It'll work.
Okay. Is there a lose condition?
No. And that's the reason why that particular game is so relaxing. There are hostile wildlife, and they can kill you, but all they'll do is make you drop your items on your corpse. You'll never run out of materials, ever. So there's nothing that can wreck your factory.
Ultimately, it's just time.
It's just time.
Okay.
And once I got to a point where I had automated power production with coal, I discovered, like, I was playing it, I needed to take a shit. And I'm like, oh, I'll just leave it and go take a shit. And I went. And I took a shit, and I came back, and I had more concrete rebar than I had when I left. And I'm like, well, I can use this concrete rebar to build a tube. And then I built a tube.
I'm seeing it described as a clicker, or like
almost
fancy 3D clicker.
In all honesty, probably my best comparison from a personal standpoint is as if you are a one-man SCV building a Terran base in StarCraft, with no enemies to attack you.
Right. Okay.
It's incredibly relaxing. And the amount of the current level of like progression is incredible, because just when I was starting to get really frustrated with like my production and, you know, like the mess, like, oh, I have unlocked the ability to build like walls so I can build like a vertical factory. Or right when I had gotten to the point where I had completely like tapped out all the nodes within a 1 kilometer radius, I'm like, man, I'm gonna have to go like 2-3 kilometers away. Holy shit. I unlocked trucks, which you can automate, and so on and so forth. So like right when something becomes a problem,
The
you're given a
solution,
goal
yeah. Okay.
to solve it, which will then give you a new problem.
Okay, and so with SimCity, you didn't like I guess like the conditions of like your city has to run, and the fail conditions that existed and the requirements that your city needed.
Pretty much, I felt like I never felt like I was actually in control, because there were a lot of outside affecting forces in those games, right? So like Factorio is this is a ripoff of Factorio, like straight up.
Hmm.
And Factorio is a ripoff of a Minecraft mod that I believe is called Feed the Beast. Let me go
Okay.
check that.
Heading
But
into
added this type
Defense of
of
the Ancients territory here.
yeah. And like Factorio, no, not fact. What do you call it?
Feed the Beast.
Satisfactory's primary like difference is it's 3D, and there's no threat.
Okay.
Like there's no threat. There's nothing that can screw up my shit. The only thing that can screw up my shit is my bad planning. And for a long time, your bad planning does result in some kind of failure, and that failure is a fucking sound effect that I've learned to hate, which is the noise of the power turning off.
Okay.
Because eventually you hook up enough machines that you're going to overload your power grid. And when you overload your power grid or you run out of juice, there's this goddamn like noise
Yeah.
that doesn't have a location in game. It plays as a raw sound effect no matter how far away you are from your fucking base.
Mm-hmm.
That tells you, yo, your shit ran out of power, dumbass.
So if you were playing an urban planning game like SimCity, but it didn't have like, let's say, weather and population control and like other fail conditions, and it was just urban plan and populate with like a casual mode or traveling mode, as Rez would put it,
Yeah.
that would be fine.
Well, it would be fine, but I would still not be as interested in it, because I think the number one thing, and it's why I'm going to check out Factorio as well next week or this week, is being a person on the ground changes the context completely.
Right. Okay.
Being God planning things is not nearly as fun as literally trying to figure it out from the floor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is
and
cool.
like walking through my big fucking mess of a factory currently, and like jumping, like platforming off my conveyor belts that are all over the place to get to the storage containers that I left things. It's fucking cool.
I mean, the whole point of building a roller coaster tycoon roller coaster is to then ride it.
Yeah. But unfortunately, in the roller coaster tycoons, you could never like really ride it. You would just watch a pixel person.
But there were games that came along where you could first person it eventually.
Oh, were there?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there were.
Yeah.
At some point, there was. I definitely saw you could custom build a roller coaster and then sit in it and then travel through it. So.
So this got me into a place where I'm gonna be checking out, like, God, I had a whole list. Like, I'm gonna be checking out Factorio.
Yeah, you could also do that in Thrillville, which was a huge QA project back in the day. Oh, fucking Thrillville. all my friends tested that.
I
That
haven't heard
was
about
in
Thrillville in years.
Thrillville was in the office for a minute. Holy shit, that name brings me back. Fucking hell, Thrillville. Oh, if you came in and you found out that you were on Thrillville for the week, something inside you just kind of died a little bit. Yeah, I remember. Anyway. Okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna be checking out like Factorio, RimWorld, Hard Space, Shipbreaker, which I played about 10 minutes of. That game seems really weird. That is a spaceship dismantlement, like blue collar salvage simulator. With
These are fun subgenres though, right? Like
yeah,
you just have a job. The world is an interesting world, but your job is not an interesting job. You know?
Yeah.
Like that's but it is interesting secretly, that's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it, to the heroes and adventurers of this world it wouldn't be. That stuff's great. You know, the shopkeep idea. Love that stuff.
Oh, did you ever play Reciteer?
No.
An item shop's tale?
No.
That game's fucking great. Like running an item shop in a JRPG is fucking awesome.
Yeah, that was one of the concepts I think I came up with when we were playing our create an anime game board game there. Like just the idea of that. And I think there was a so yeah, there's that, and I want to say there was another game as well where you run a shop or something like that, or maybe maybe it's just the same thing, but that stuff's cool. I like that.
It's funny because I got a bunch of friends of mine playing Loop Hero
Moonlighter.
right now. And Loop Hero, I fucked around with it, and I don't care for it. And the weird thing is that on a mechanical level, Loop Hero is actually really similar to Satisfactory, because it is about throwing like you're a little 2D grid and your guy goes around a loop, and you're basically designing the path that he goes down on by making monsters appear here or putting mountains there for buffs. And I just can't find the appeal in it at all, and I genuinely think it's just the perspective.
Interesting.
Like playing automated god without a controllable character just seems really boring to me. Like even though Factorio has like external threats and like you can run out of resources, so it's a bit more intense, I'm much more interested in Factorio because you're actually a dude on the ground.
What if there was a mid zone of like you are a dude on the ground, but the ground is zoomed out and you're building buildings in a godlike way as you navigate?
I don't know.
Yeah. So where
I don't know what that would be.
And where is the limit of your like willingness to embrace the what was it, Tube Nightmare? Or
well,
how far do you go with it before you go, this is fine, leave it here?
I'm at 17 hours in, and my current production is kind of fucked up looking, because like I'm like, oh, I don't have enough room here. I gotta just put a addition on the side, and then I gotta put an addition here, and like it's a fucking mess right now. It's a shithole, and I'm probably gonna have to burn down the entire thing and start over. Like not a new game, but like replacement, because I just unlocked an upgrade which doubles the production out of literally every single like mining thing that I have, and I just don't have any space.
Right.
Like I did, it's one of those things where, when you get a piece of advice and you think you're following it, but you didn't because you didn't understand where that advice came from. I was given the piece of advice to build production facilities as close to the resource as possible. And I built them kind of close and then conveyor belted them away to some assemblers in like a main base. Only to discover, wait, when I need to double or triple production, I don't have anywhere to fucking put this shit. I like there's fucking nowhere for it to go. Fuck. I'm gonna have to clear out like kilometers of space and lay down like hundreds of panels of pavement in order to fucking operate this shit. And now I'm looking at this and I'm like, I should just build an assembly factory like a kilometer over.
Can you
all the way the fuck out there?
Can you copy and paste large segments of structure?
No.
Interesting.
No.
You have to do it all manually.
You have to do it one by one, belt by belt.
Okay. So if I wanted to make a like matrix like towering multi industrial, again, hellscape is the word that comes to mind.
Yeah.
You can't make one that works and then copy it and then connect all the wiring to it afterwards.
No, you're doing it wall panel by wall panel.
Okay.
And it's one of those things where no, like you can just place shit on the ground, like it's no problem. And then you learn foundation, which is basically just pavement or like raised pavement, so you have a nice smooth surface. And I couldn't quite understand why that was so important until it turns out when you have the raised pavement surface, you can like there's a grid basis you can snap everything to. So it goes from throwing a bunch of factories on the ground and then they're kind of even, but then you have to move them over to fit this conveyor belt in and all that shit, to just like, no, these are literally 20 smelters sitting next to each other being fed by like an orderly split of conveyor belts that I didn't have to fuck around with elevation or what have you. Game's great. I'm shocked at how much I'm enjoying it. I
look forward to your Sistine Chapel of industry.
Oh, I don't think there's a way to make it like, I would have had to plan this out from the beginning to have made a Sistine Chapel. And the game does have one problem, and it is related to what you just asked, which is, say I make something that really works and I just want to just copy it. I can't. And the reason why that sucks is that in order for me to completely clean sweep and make it anew, it will take me like 4 hours to tear that shit down and put it back up.
Block by block, yeah, for sure.
Like pulling it down is going to take a long fucking time.
And that
kind of sucks.
Damn. So I'm seeing folks say that Factorio allows you to copy and paste sections as a whole.
The big difference.
It feels like that should be an unlock you eventually get, is send your automated machines to copy this structure here and spend your resources rebuilding it over here to increase efficiency. So because the point of these factories is you get more and more macro as you expand.
Mm-hmm. It probably will be. The reason there's a couple reasons for this. One, Factorio is finished.
Mm-hmm.
Factorio is out of early access. It's like 1.1. It's done. Like, so like many of these features just loaded in. Satisfactory is at like update 4.
Okay.
I think I want to say like next week. The second of which is that because Factorio is 2D, it has no height. So
right.
Creating a grid of manufacturing plants is simple because there's no Z-axis to work with, to fuck around with. What do you call it? With Satisfactory, what you would have to do is you would have to put a foundation on for that to work. But there is, like, you ever look at something and you can tell by the next update that they're going to keep updating it like massively? Like the next update for Satisfactory that comes out next week is going to add like gases. And I'm like, what? It's like, oh, there will be an entirely new type of resource that you'll be feeding in through gas pipes into various shit. It's like, okay, so you're still adding fucking core resources, let alone like what other mechanics.
But yeah, I definitely agree that the ability to walk through your creation is a huge value add.
Yeah.
You know, to look up and be surrounded by it, you know, and then again, like getting and traveling through it and shit like that. Like that's really cool.
There's also another there's a part of this that I'm excited for, which I haven't gotten there yet. And I'm taking it as an example from Mandalore's review of Factorio itself, where he described it as a Adeptus Mechanicus moment. It's a Warhammer reference. But there was a part for a second, and it will be a larger second in the future, where you look at it and you're like, I don't know how this works anymore.
And
that's kind of exciting.
Okay.
Where like you're looking at like the belt nightmare and you go, why did I build that to go there? What, like, why am I feeding screws into this one storage bin? Like, why did I do that? And that passed after a few seconds because my shit isn't too out of control.
That just makes me think of the Little Big Planet calculator, or the Minecraft calculator, or the Minecraft Pokemon emulator, and shit like that.
Yeah, and like, so I'm kind of excited to get to a point where, like, I'm looking at like my towering work, and like it's outputting what I want, but I'm like having trouble finding the input.
Sure.
There's a lot to go for that game, but like if I wanted a more complete experience in 2D, yeah, like Factorio is literally right there, and it's feature complete. And all, like, it's so weird. The games are so similar that one of them is a blueprint for the other one. Like,
and yet
the ability to blueprint something and reproduce it automatically, as you described, that is a feaur in Factorio.
But Factorio looks like it could have been made 20 years ago, though.
Yeah, it looks a little old. It's a very pleasing aesthetic when you actually get in there. I played the tutorial.
No, it looks, when you zoom out, it looks like a circuit board.
Looks like StarCraft.
When you see the whole shape of what's being built. Interesting. Okay, cool.
So yeah, I've embarked on my fucking journey into the automation genre. Which I think is what it's actually, automation / base building. And it's funny because I think back to StarCraft, and I think back to like playing StarCraft. I enjoyed making my base in StarCraft a hell of a lot more than actually fighting other players. I would always want to build up a super huge base so I could make 1 million units.
It was fun, but it wasn't more fun. It was quite fun. And it was nice with Terrans to be able to relocate the buildings too.
Do you remember when you as a Terran, you have to bunker up first because then they could Zerg rush you, right? And it's like, I don't care about that. I just want to build 5 more barracks.
Sure.
And then I want to get up to the ships. I want to get up to the biggest ships. I also briefly played something called Dyson Sphere Project, which is another one of those.
Oh my god!
But it's like
but the name of that implies some shit.
Yeah,
holy fuck!
It does.
Okay,
it sure does.
Interesting.
And it is this on but it is more god
galactic
level and
scale.
It is on a galactic planetary scale.
Okay, that's cool.
You could probably go look up a trailer and see it, and like I was just like profoundly repelled by its art. Like, I hope it gets another art pass because it looks fucking jank.
Conceptually, that's rad, though.
conceptually it is very rad. And so I guess at the end of this, I'm
Damn.
playing these games.
Shoutouts to
And
Freeman John Dyson. Your name is attached to some cool shit, bro.
Yeah. And I go back to the question that you asked, which was, am I sure I don't like Minecraft? And the answer is pretty sure. Because all of these games are using Minecraft as like an inspiration. This particular like factory genre is using a mod pack as an inspiration. And like, but Minecraft itself is like, you're building things. How do I put this? Building something so that it's aesthetically pleasing or cool is something I can't wrap my head around because I'm not practiced in building something to be cool. Building something for a specific purpose and it happens to end up being cool is something completely different.
Well, let me let you in on a secret. Efficiency is cool.
Yeah. Once I made my shit all look nice, and like my proudest achievement in Satisfactory right now is my coal plants. I got this fucking mess of 8 conveyor belts snaking over like 600 feet to 8 nicely placed coal plants, and I have them rise up so that the water tubes can go underneath for the water production. And it looks great. I can see it on the horizon of my main base. It's really far away, but you only need like a single power cable to connect it, right? But if you told me, like, with the Minecraft blocks or with the Valheim wood cubes or whatever, make a cool castle. Dude, I don't know.
No, make an efficient castle that you enjoy because it's efficient and does its job nicely, and in turn that becomes cool. And then the fact that it's also tagged as creative is an afterthought, but that doesn't matter. It just happens to be what you're doing, whether or not you want it to be or like it to be. The point is, what you like about it is that it's efficient, and I agree that it's rad. So that's all that should matter.
Yeah, one of the things that like annoyed me early on was that and this is one of the nice little gameplay problems they give you to solve, but like say you're producing something, I don't know, reinforced fucking plates, right? Whatever. Well, you need screws and iron plates for that. But screws and iron plates are produced by the same machine, but they're produced at different rates. So I'm like, okay, do I need 3 plate producers for 2
For
screw
every
producers?
1 or 2, yeah.
Right, and then
What's
you
your
can
ratio?
overclock. You can overclock certain producers to have faster or slower ratios, as well as the production and the speed of the conveyor belt that's going to. So it's a whole little thing.
Nice, yeah.
And I did some digging, and I found something that I'm not going to use because I believe it is like genuinely cheating.
External calculator?
Is an external production calculator.
Yep, there you go.
And it goes, the production calculator goes, how many of these do you want to make a minute? And you go, oh, okay, 20.
Here's what you do.
Right? I want to make 20 of these a minute. And then I take a screenshot of that production thing, and I send it to you in Discord, and you can't even see it. It's literally code.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Like
no, absolutely. Just a string of icons.
It looks like Charlie's
to
fucking dartboard.
Sure,
Pepicelia.
Yeah, sure. Cool.
Yeah. So,
you're basically getting into coding there at that point.
Yeah, I don't know. Minecraft, you know what? I genuinely think might have something to do with it. I might have gotten back into Minecraft way back in the day. If Minecraft had any of this production shit in it, like to start, and it didn't look like a baby game. Like, I know that like there's art style for children and there's like more simplistic art styles, and they're all valid. But like, I genuinely think Minecraft looks like fucking piss.
Well, I think Minecraft was going more for the Lego do what you want style end result. So in that freedom, it didn't necessarily like guide you towards automation and factory goals, because that's only one way to use those blocks, you know?
Mm-hmm. And I believe that the mod packs and the mods that turned Minecraft into this shit came out years after I had already written off that game.
Okay.
Like ages ago. Like I remember when Minecraft was still like in fucking alpha. And literally all it was like survive against creepers and shit and then build a pretty house.
Cool. Anything else?
Watch the first episode of season 1 of Mando.
All right. Once you get there.
There's Great Dragon.
Yeah.
That's
Pearl.
good.
That's what I was talking about. The Pearl.
The fucking Pearl.
The Pearl, yeah.
Also, man, what a great character callback without ever mentioning that character ever.
Sure. We'll more to talk about when you get there, though.
Yeah.
This is one of those shows where little bits and pieces, but when you get there, there'll be stuff. Cool.
All right, that's it for me. If you want to check out some more shit on my channel, you can go to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. We playing fucking all sorts of shit this week. I'm in a weird holding pattern because of the fucking Disco Elysium re-release.
Me too.
I don't know about you.
Same.
Like,
Same.
I'm literally holding
Big
spots open with random shit because I don't know when it's coming out, and I swear to God, if they delay it, I'll be sad.
They said March, March 2021, you know, TBD. And as a result, I've scheduled like a bunch of short things in between. So, you know, Batman existing, Arkham Asylum happening now, even to some degree, like jumping into Sekiro, like all these little things to jump in and out are based on waiting for Disco Elysium to drop, you know?
Yeah,
so.
I'm playing through like Hitman 1 levels for funsies, and I will drop that shit like a rock if fucking Disco came out tomorrow.
Yeah, but I won't, but that's still what I'm waiting on, and it's hard to plan around a non-release date.
But regardless, on Wednesday I'm going to be doing I won't tell you the days, but I'm doing Hard Space Shipbreaker, Hitman, Mortal Shell, which came out and is apparently pretty decent for a Dark Souls clone.
Been out,
and I think I'm going to finish KOTOR 2 this week. Man, KOTOR 2 has way more peaks and valleys than KOTOR 1. Like, it has, like, some of the highest peaks, and there are some fucking valleys.
14 months.
Like, the back end of Nar Shaddaa is fucking terrible. 14. And you played the HK Factory, right?
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit, they cut that for a reason. That shit is a slog. But then Kreia talks to you a bunch about the Force, and you're like, wow.
And then you get to check out Duxon.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. Yep. Year and 2 months.
Rough. And then not allowed to patch it.
Yeah. So that's coming up. That's you. Cool.
That's over at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt.
Did you you didn't check out or watch WandaVision at any point, huh?
Nope.
Okay. I finished that off, and there's lots to discuss in the spoilerish territory, but I won't spoil anything. I'll just be talking around it. So to keep it on the surface, WandaVision is better than the previous Marvel TV iterations that we've seen. It's better than the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. stuff, and it's better than the Netflix stuff. We've established
that's not too
before.
tough with the Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. stuff.
No, it's not. I would say that the early seasons of the Netflix stuff were a lot of them were fine, were good. Daredevil early, Jessica Jones, and her Punisher was good, but I didn't see it yet.
First Punisher is really good. Second
Mhm.
Punisher, I did not hear good things about.
So the problem with almost all of them ended up being that they just last too long in many cases. Seasons that build up towards less coherent storylines and less interesting, things. And no one has anything to say about Defenders, except for maybe the fact that Sigourney Weaver is in it, apparently, or something.
Yeah, she's the villain.
So yeah, in the end, I would say that these characters, the actors, the roles they play in the settings and stories, are best served in short looks, if need be. And the longer they lasted, as TV tends to do, the more they decay. This is not. You've heard me talk about this before. Blah blah blah. Woolly takes, anthologies, etc. But in the end, WandaVision is a pretty fun first season of a show that I really hope they don't plan on going to season 9 with it.
I don't think they're going to have a season 2 even.
Well, that would be great, because
the way that I've seen people talk about it is that it is literally like, instead of a movie exploring this topic, it will be this.
That's what it feels like, but you never know. For the since those previous things we talked about, like Daredevil universe and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had to become their own canon, this is not at all. This is very obviously included in the mainline MCU stuff, to the point where they're not afraid of like using film footage, like they do so expressly. So it's very involved and intertwined, and as a result, you want to just be like, okay, so don't let that decay, don't fall into the temptation. I really hope that they do it that way. So they're gonna jump into Loki and whatchamacallit, like we said, Falcon and Bucky next or whatever. And yeah, I think you can do something interesting as long as you treat one season as if it were a movie, and then like you don't go back there unless you absolutely have a really good reason to, or there isn't someone better that we could be looking at, because this is a case where a lot of people are into it now and like it. And Wanda and Vision in the Age of Ultron movies ended up being, cool additions, but it was attached to the worst movie of the set. So you kind of, overall didn't have them as like particularly cared about characters in the grand scheme of things. But much like we saw with like Guardians of the Galaxy and things like that, a good depiction of these characters with an interesting script can make you care about someone that you otherwise don't care about. So, the recognition needs to be like suppressed, and you need to realize that it's like, no, we can look at someone else and kind of write them up to be good. And the way this kind of goes, there's definitely parts where you're like, well, that's where that's gonna go, and here's this plot thread for that movie. And like they make no.
Here's the Doctor Strange part.
They make no attempts to like hide where things are going to lead and stuff. But overall, enjoyable. Again, it's it's the best of their TV stuff, and I would say it has some weird problems that are like kind of. There's a couple of moments that are like high budget immediately followed by low budget, and you kind of just have to go, oh, like weird TV shit happening, I guess. TV budgets are strange. Sometimes they'll save it up for like one episode or for a particular moment, and then immediately in that same episode you'll see something that looks really shoddy. But so there's one or two moments like that, but for the most part it looks pretty fucking expensive and good. And then there's a couple of moments as well of like, again, I want to say like TV character kind of hijinks. you've got an A plot and a B plot, and sometimes your B plot characters are snooping around and doing their
Getting into shenanigans.
getting into shenanigans, and sometimes that involves punching out armed guards. And you're like, yeah, all right, fuck it, sure, or getting and silly little, like, you're not Solid Snake, what are we doing here? All right, fuck it. But yeah, in the end, check it out, and so decent start to the TV world so far. Some wild there's some wild moments of moral grayness, quote unquote.
Oh yeah,
to be discussed. Yeah, there's definitely some absolute, moral grayness. Some attractive people doing some questionable things.
Okay.
But that's WandaVision so far. Also this week, what else did I do? Yeah, I continued playing Neo 1. Not much new to say there. I'm just putting time in on
Samurai shit good.
Samurai shit is good. William the Anjin is the strongest, coolest samurai, and everyone in Japan is super jealous of him and his skills.
Very jealous. Wow, you're so good with the fucking yokai, dude. How'd you get so good? Then he says some unintelligible Irish shit. They're like, wow.
Tom Cruise is the Neo.
There it is.
I also jumped into some quick matches of Guilty Gear Accent Core plus Rollback, because why the fuck not? And
there's an Event Hub story that I hope you have in the docket this week about that.
So there's an update to the game that adds a fucking baller ass feature.
Oh yeah, I saw it. It's the craziest feature ever.
It is getting close to the features that I've been workshopping in my head that I want fighting games to go in this direction. So what they've added into the game is the ability to replay a match and then jump in at any point during the replay and take control of one of the two characters. That is amazing, because if there's a moment where someone does something really tricky or interesting and you want to figure out how to solve it, you fucking take control and see if you can figure it out, and test and rewind and test and rewind, and you can lab these moments of the game that are like, yo, that was really sick. Can you even block that? Do you have the ability to? So you go in and figure out your solutions.
Yeah, I saw. God, I think it was Sejam playing it, and he was fucking around with it, and there's some bullshit situation that he found himself in, and it's like, backdash, no, doesn't work.
No.
Jump, no. Crouch block, no. Throw break, no. Like, just like 10 different variations until he found like some kind of neutral jump bullshit. And then actually got him out of there.
A light bulb goes off, and now you are a better player, right? It's just that simple. I talk about it a little more in depth, and me and Reggie have a conversation elaborating on this idea. But something I've discussed, is that, like, I want fighting games to combine existing technology to help people in ways that we're already seeing dispersed in games. So my hypothetical perfect feature would be you finish a match, and then all the stats we talked about a couple weeks ago, hey, you did this often, hey, you did that often. All right, it tells you about those things, but more importantly, here's your 3 takeaways. It shows you an instant replay of those moments happening, and now you click that and go right into the moment and can test the solution immediately, And upon completing it and learning what you can do to escape the situation, you get a cosmetic reward for your character. You get some kind of cool thing. Maybe it's like your gi gets a little bit dirtier. You get a little bit of a mark of experience.
Something.
Yeah. And if you don't just list it as like 3 words to click on, but you show the exact moments. And I was like, you can even you present this as a part of the game design. Imagine your character, you lose, and then you cut to your character, stop thinking about those 3 moments in their head. They're meditating and reflecting on that. And then you pick one of them, go into it and solve it. And like, as you solve more and more of these things for your character, it's a little puzzle game that is making you a better player. But offline, in a just, how did I get hit by that and how do I escape it context, that's a puzzle that you can solve in and of itself, and doing so makes you better, like even though you might not even be aware of it, and like just kind of gamifying that to make the single player experience more rewarding upon losing, so that the loss is like, it's de-emphasized. More importantly, what can you learn from those 3? You know, that'd be so wonderful. So rollback.
It would be nice if Strive had it.
It would be amazing. But yeah, so like now you can roll back your replays, so to speak, and test out your hypothesis on things, and that's a fucking cool ass feature we need, you know. So that came out. I've been enjoying Accent Chord for like a quick jump in and out kind of game. It's been nice to really, like I said, easily play 5 matches, play 10 matches, and then jump back offline. You mentioned an Event Hub's story.
Yeah, about Arxis thinking about adding netcode rollback to their older games.
Yeah. So
is that on pocket or?
It wasn't, but they basically said they're looking at considering updating their older games to have netcode in them, and everyone's like, "Fucking Dragon Ball, please!" It's the game it's the game that suffers the most without it.
Yeah, I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday about it. How DBZ might be like the game that is damaged the most by its netcode that I've played, because like you hit Dragon Rush and you're supposed to be able to fucking nuke that on reaction, but you can't.
Yeah,
online
now
you just can't.
Now make no mistake, right? The Grand Blue game is a newer game, but it's a little bit slower. Ultimax is fantastic. There's BlazBlue players out there. I hear you guys. You guys are all, these are good-ass games that would be amazing with rollback, but that's not the point. The point is that Dragon Ball is the fastest and most ridiculous of the games in terms of how hyper it is. Thus, it suffers the most from bad net play. Right, it's like a Marvel-style game, and the speed of Dragon Ball, like, makes online like awful, god awful for what you need to do at like mid and high level compared to any of those other games. Sam Show has awful ass netcode, but Sam Show is a slower game, so
very slow.
It has, but like the moments where it fucking matters, the netcode will fail on you. But like there's moments of like explosive quick reaction time moment, but there's a lot of slowness, so it doesn't suffer as much as a game that's really, really quick, you know?
Yeah, Dragon Ball is also the most popular out of all of them right now.
Certainly. So yeah, that's what they're talking about, and we're gonna see what Arxis wants to do with that. But it's nice to hear. It's nice to hear that they're doing so.
I was trying to find a similar story that made me laugh, but I couldn't find it. But it was basically interviewing a bunch of pro Smash and DBZ players, like the day or two after the Strive beta finished, and a lot of them were like, "So is Accent Core any good?" And we're like, just dropping Smash and dropping DBZ.
Spoiler alert, Accent Core is fantastic.
Because suddenly being able to feel the difference, like I imagine with Smash especially, the Smash netcode is fucking terrible.
Well, so the Slippy exists, and once you play Slippy, like, fuck everything else.
Oh yeah, but I'm talking like Smash Ultimate players.
Yeah, of course.
Like, just like, oh, going back to this, huh? Fuck! God damn it.
I mean, I said it in the episode when we had a Fizzy on, but like when we played Slippy on Get Into Fighting Games, it felt like someone was on the couch with us. Like, it felt local. Like, perfect matches. Anyway, so did a little bit of that. And then I jumped on the Level Clear podcast actually, with Don Pedro and Tuff and the crew and Ellie. Had a good
Those
time.
dweebs.
Mm-hmm. That should be coming out a little bit later this week. Had a fun discussion. But Don reminded me actually that there was a game I bought that I wanted to jump into, and I'd been waiting, and I eventually I'm like, yeah, fuck it, let me boot this up and go in. So last night I spent a couple hours going through something called Fights in Tight Spaces.
Oh, I played that last night as well. I forgot to talk about it.
Fights in Tight Spaces is super cool.
I don't like it.
I enjoy it a lot, and it has a lot of the things that are my hallmarks, I would say. So here's one thing about it. For starters, the aesthetic is you're a silhouetted spy wearing a suit.
It's literally super hot.
It's more. It's no, because you see details of their clothing on them. It's different, and that not only spoke to me, but there's a little part of me that had a little because it is very similar to one of my discarded ideas for hypothetical games that'll never exist.
Too
and
late.
That's fine. Yeah,
Too
fuck
late.
it. I'm
Somebody made
not
it first.
I'm not that guy. I don't live in the reality where I'm making my games. But the silhouette on its own is one thing, but there's a very important distinction between a plain super hot silhouette and one where certain articles of clothing are highlighted on the figure, and certain details of the clothing and the shapes of their head and their hair and things like that they're wearing can be seen. Very important significance there. Very stylish and cool. The game itself is what it describes. It is a generally about a 4x4 grid is the average stage. You are playing.
Yeah, they're pretty fucking small.
Tight spaces. You're playing as a spy who is surrounded by a bunch of people, and you basically are using cards and turn-based movement and gameplay to do the hallway fight scene from Old Boy. So if you've seen the original Old Boy, fuck the remake, you got that tight ass hallway fight scene where you've got to slam people into walls, leap over tables, and reposition and slip between two people, let them hit each other. All that stuff is what you're kind of doing here. It's there's a prologue that you can go up through the first stage for Fights in Tight Spaces, and then there's an early access version of the full game. I spent most of my time playing the prologue, which is good enough to get a feel for what this is going to be. And so you basically you get a mission, and then you go out to do it, and then you get dropped onto this grid. So you'll get a deck of cards, and each card is a movement action. Some of them are attacks. Some of them are just steps or like repositioning. Some of them are buffs, and some of them are options where you can do one or another. You can attack or move, for example, right? So you get the shuffled set of cards, and then you pick your movements. The opponents are going to do the same type of things you see in Into the Breach, or
it leaped out at me when I was playing it. I'm like, oh man, this is just like Into the Breach.
Into the Breach, or any other game where you have perfect information of what the attack is going to be. So then you are now solving the puzzle, right? Bumbo as well comes to mind. And I'm a humongous fan of like those turn-based perfect information puzzle style games. They're to me, that's relaxing and fun, So you play your cards, and then you have, for example, someone with a gun that's going to shoot you as long as you're in their line of sight. And then you have another dude who's going to swing his fist at you and kick you a block down or whatever.
So why don't you just grab the dude who's going to kick you and throw him in front of the dude who's going to shoot you, and then he'll shoot his butt.
Exactly, right? And then that might cause another chain reaction, because You can then step into the line of action of someone who will automatically have an attack, or like you can down dudes, you can block people. Like emerging Vec in Into the Breach, emerging enemies is a similar thing here, where new enemies are dropping into the grid. You can block them for a moment and delay their turn.
It was kind of wild to me, like the Into the Breach's information display is there, but then also go stand on the spot the dude's gonna show up in is also there from Into the Breach.
There's some really cool like usage of these attacks too, where depending on the direction you're facing, like there's versions of attacks that are like rear facing, like a kick backwards or a kick forward or a kick to the left or right to create a kind of a dynamic look to the fight, and or like slamming someone's head contextually into a nearby object. So if you have a wall splat, for example, if there's a wall behind them, you'll grab them by the head and slam them into it. But if there's a table, you'll hit them into the table. If there's another object, they'll interact with that. There's a little bit of a punch laser system there. And sometimes if there's, let's say, an open window or a door, you can kick someone out of and reposition them, or shove them. They'll go flying out of that, and that person's dead. You know, so again, similar to Into the Breach, lava pit holes, or like hazards and things like that. You know, what's really great too is once the fight is done. Oh, also, as you play actions, you build up a combo meter, and the number of actions you can do is determined by your momentum meter. So you have combo and you have momentum. Momentum goes down.
I remember combo finisher needed like 3 momentum.
Exactly. So some of the big, there's a big roundhouse kick that you can do that requires you to do 3 actions first. So you start a combo, you hit 3 people, and then when you're at least 3 hits of the combo, you do a big roundhouse kick, and it'll knock the guy 1 block to the left into the sight of the gunshot, so that, you know, boom, you hit him over, he gets shot, you know, and then you keep moving. And then it does something else that I really love that I also want to see more games do, and I talked about this when I was talking about the name of the game escapes me right now, but it's a real-time game that like you pause time to do your fights, almost like the way FF7 Remake handles the fights, where you can ATB a little bit. It was a mecha version.
Any more details? I could probably look it up.
Mecha version of that.
Oh, I remember that.
You were in a city. You had like 3 or 4 units. Phantom Brigade. Phantom Brigade.
There it is.
That's the one, right? I love that type of stuff. So in this, once the action is done, this card game you're playing, you get to replay the fight with all the cards and HUD removed and see it play out as a sequence. And it's like, you know,
that should be automatic. It
should be 100%. I agree. One of my things was, once the mission's done, the replay should automatically start playing. Don't even let me select it. Yeah. Just let me watch it. Agreed. Yeah. Rad.
Of one of the only things they didn't steal from Super Hot. I don't mean that pejoratively. I mean it's clearly Into the Breach Super Hot, which is a cool combination. It should fucking play automatically. It's like it's so silly, but like going to hit the replay button myself just take some of the magic out of it.
Yeah, I want to just see what I did and show me it in a cinematic cool fight, you know, like camera, because like you get some dynamic angles when you're replaying it and stuff. You do definitely end up with super hot moments in terms of like you're surrounded by a group. How the fuck do you get out? You know, you do end up with that energy in a turn-based card system. And then in between missions, there's events. You can go to the gym to like level up your cards. You can go to the hospital to heal up your body, or you can do an event that's kind of like almost like events in Road Trip to Canada, Death Road to Canada, where
Death Road to Canada.
Yeah, where it'll be like, you suddenly woke up, you and found yourself like in a hostage situation. What do you do to escape? Do you pick a fight? Do you give up info? Do you do this or that? And like whatever answer you pick will have a different percentage chance of a reward or not, or you know, or even like Curio in Darkest Dungeon. You know, different little scenarios happen that'll, you know, buff you up or you know, debuff you. And then you make your way towards the end, and usually there'll be like it seems like there's like a boss, and then you'll have your best cards ideally will be able to handle, you know, like the waves of enemies coming at you and stuff. So yeah, I thought it was really cool, really cleanly executed, fun concept. It's an early access, and you know, there's definitely like a little bit they can do to tighten up, like in particular the you play with a mouse, or you can play with a gamepad. When you play with a gamepad, it's not fully implemented just yet. Like, it does work fine, but there's some menus that just like you have to switch back to the mouse for and things like that. So yeah, it's early.
The main reason I didn't like it, there's a minor control foible. I didn't like that. Like, I wanted the ability to hit like spacebar or something to end my turn. Like, it's a little too mouse focused and not mouse and keyboard focused.
I was on gamepad.
I felt like it was okay. And yeah, I didn't even bother with the gamepad because I knew that was only like partially supported. I don't know, man. The Enter the Breach like perfect information system is really cool, but I don't like that combined with random cards.
Yes. This is so that was my first. That was a thing that initially I was concerned about too, because I was like, I don't have access to all of my moves. What if the move I need for this turn, like if I deliberately let myself get surrounded, and then the next turn I don't have a card that lets me slip past enemies, I'm fucked. You know?
Yeah.
I that is absolutely a thing, and I think that like when you do the tutorial, it has kind of moments where it's like there'll be times when you might be forced to take damage, use your block to mitigate and things like that. And I'm like, but if I'm doing this perfectly, I should be able to not get touched, you know? Ideally, because that's how it looks in Enter the Breach, especially when you do a flawless run. And I want to be able to do that here. I think, and I'm not 100%, I have to like test and confirm, but I think the solution in some ways to that is when you end your turn still holding unused cards, they don't go into the discard pile. They go, I think they shuffle back into the next pull. So as you work through, let's say your deck has about 20 cards in it or 15. It's not a huge deck. The ones you spend go into discard, and everything else you have another chance of pulling them again. So if you're particularly looking for a certain play, you might want to save it and only spend that which you're willing to lose until you get through everything, and then they reshuffle the whole deck again. So you get you get some control over what actions you want to preserve at what point during the fight, I believe. But yes, it's not quite the same as Into the Breach, where you have full control on each turn.
It's weird because like I played Slay the Spire, which is like deck building, but also all the encounters are randomized and you don't have perfect information. And I find that I had no issue with that, and I don't know why that is. Like, I don't know what I guess it's like the idea of like having random enemies, random stuff, and then random like things come up in Slay the Spire. Like, I'm doing the best I can here, right? But when I have fight in tight spaces, and like I know that I have a card that would perfectly solve this perfect solution, but I just don't have it right now. It drove me crazy. Like I had a situation where all I wanted to do was throw a guy one space to the left, and I would like, oh man, that would have been awesome, but I couldn't. I didn't have any cards that did it. And so I was like muddling through and taking hits that I feel like if I had access to all my stuff, I could have aced this encounter perfectly.
So you do get to customize your deck as well between matches, and you know, as you're leveling up, you can go in and discard any cards that are like things you don't want a chance of drawing.
That's very similar to Slay the Spire.
Yeah, or you can increase your chances of pulling, you know, something that you do want. And something that I thought was really, really clever. I don't know if this was done elsewhere first, but there's attacks, for example, like there's someone that swings like a pipe, and if you block all of the pipe damage, like you use a block card and it gives you like armor for the next turn, and you absorb all of that, right? If you have enough to absorb all the damage, then you're good. It's like nothing happened. You continue playing as
Yep.
normal. But if you did not have enough armor, and it, like, let's say it does 8 damage, you had 6 armor, and it does 2 health against you, you also take an injury card. And now one of your cards in your deck is wasted being an injury card that you can't play.
This is really similar to Slay the Spire. You should check out Slay the Spire.
Okay. So then you have a
In
slot
fact-
that you can't use because you have a bum leg or whatever.
Yeah, straight up.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have an Android phone?
Oh, yeah. No, I have an iPhone.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure Slay the Spire is out
It's on
on
Steam
on
too
the
and whatnot.
iPhone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything. Mm-hmm.
Well, I know that Slay the Spire always, like, when I was playing it on the PC, I was like, man, kind of just wish I had this on my phone.
Fair enough.
And sure enough, it's Into the Breach might be the biggest wasted potential of a phone game I have ever seen. I am baffled that never came to phones.
Not too sure why. It would have been with a decent ability to zoom in and select the tiles easily. Yes, agreed. It's on
Baffled.
Switch. It's on Switch, but that's about it.
I can't fit a Switch in my pocket.
Mm-hmm. But again, I do say though that Slay the Spire, from what I know though, kind of emulates an RPG battle.
Yeah.
Right. And yeah, that to me is a different genre from Perfect Information, puzzle.
Oh no, this, like, there are way more similarities than differences.
Okay.
Like,
'Cause-
the mechanics of the actual deck seem identical.
So it seems a bit more like because that sounds a bit more like Darkest Dungeon in a way, because I love Darkest Dungeon as well. But Darkest Dungeon, you don't know what the enemy's about to do, but you know what their moveset is, and it's going to be one of a couple things, and you know when their turn is. So you generally,
You know what?
like you said, you do your best.
You know what? Slay the Spire does have perfect information. The enemies tell you what they're going to do on their turn before they do them.
Oh, interesting. Okay, cool. All right.
So yeah, it actually is like
Mhm.
really similar.
So then the only thing we're talking about here is just the RPG battle system of your characters
Versus the
and
grid.
then the enemy characters versus a grid of
Yeah.
positioning.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, still different to have a grid or not a grid, but I either way, but like I said, I love Darkest Dungeon, and that's a different type of thing, but it still is super cool. Yeah, I'll take a look, but the things I love about this in particular are just like, yeah, this line behind me is a bullet is about to whiz by my head, and in front of me, a big heavy is about to do a Zangief lariat. How do I shove the guy into range so that, or shove the boss into range so that he gets hit back by the lariat and then shot in the back, and then I set
Well, that's easy. You offer him a treat.
Sure. You can also do your little
get it?
taunt and get them to walk 2 spaces towards you. Anyway, but yeah, so I was able to set up some fun little plays like that where I knock a guy in the way of another dude who shoves him forward, and then he gets shot in the head or some shit, or vaulting over a table. It's a stylish version of that genre and those things that I like, and I need to see what kind of like high level cards they're gonna roll out, but at bare minimum you're getting these kind of like Tekken move cards, like a little like back elbow, a little quick fist, a step that punches from two tiles away, and little things like that. But you also, if your deck is balanced enough, have enough like movement cards plus an emergency movement card, which I thought is pretty cool. There's a card that can be like, it'll always take a slot in your deck, and it will be a movement that you can use and then discard once. And I think that is kind of like almost like the undo button in Into the Breach, where if you fuck up, you can just take a step out of the way of whatever you did for 0 cost, but you only get 1 per match.
Yeah.
Fights in tight spaces. Take a look. The
Yeah, it
prologue
seems cool.
the prologue is free, and then the full version is early access. Yeah.
I just wish, I don't know. There's something about it that I felt, how do I put it? Maybe it's because of the positioning, but I felt consistently frustrated that I did not have the moves that I wanted.
Yeah.
Maybe that was just bad luck.
Customize your deck. Put the cards you want more often. Delete the cards you end up never using, and then use your money to upgrade your favorite cards so that they are free to use.
Oh man, this is just Slay Spire.
Or even
I did not. Oh, I didn't get far enough to see the upgrade card mechanic.
Yeah, upgrade them so that they're either free to use or so that they keep your momentum or your combo meter going when you use them. Because like every time you attack, you build a combo meter. But if you move instead of attack, you lose a little bit of combo. So you can upgrade cards to maintain them and things like that. It could be done. There's a version of this game that is just a like list of actions like an FF like a Final Fantasy battle menu, you know, that would play out a lot differently. I think the card game is in there to kind of like allow for like a lot of customization to the type of character that, you know, you can play as, but like it would have worked either way. It could have gone either way on it. So yeah, that's tights and fight spaces.
That's different.
No, that's wrestling.
That's a whole different thing.
Yes, exactly. That's shitty explosions not going off at AEW. Whoops.
Pyro failures is always just, oh, it's so good.
I mean, shout outs to, you know, JR and the professionals for trying to keep the storyline elements of it going. But that was a really fun. Check that out if you haven't seen it. A little clip of an AEW event where they planned for an exploding ring, and then a couple of fizzy light fireworks went off. You know, and then the dude in the ring, like, they literally go like, man, Kenny Omega is one of the greatest of all time, but he makes a shitty exploding ring. And then someone posted, like, for comparison, here's a New Japan exploding ring, and it fucking looks like a fire hazard. Like, the whole arena fills up with smoke. Insane. Anyway, yeah, Fights in Tight Spaces is the name of it. And then, yeah, beyond that, over on the channel, I started Arkham Asylum. I ultimately decided to go with the original version. Having watched a couple of side-by-side videos, I noticed that the dramatic lighting changes between the two. Overall, the characters with more drastic shadows on them looked better in the original. However, there are environments that look like dog shit in the original now because it's fucking 2009. And anyone who's not a main character also looks like dog shit.
I absolutely can't stand when a remaster, a port, you know, whatever you call it, right, comes out, and you're left with a situation where you're on like a fucking scale trying to figure out which one is the better one.
Yeah,
it's like the new one should be the better one.
Yep.
Like, period. Like, maybe it didn't do this one effect quite as well, or this one, but like, they changed whole scenes with the lighting in the re-release.
There's areas where, like, you know, like the beginning walk and talk with the Joker, for example, literally the intro to the game, the hallway that you're in looks way better with the new lighting, and the guards that have like kind of like the football grid on their faces, on their face masks, look way better in the remake. Like, there's that much more attention. But then you cut over to like you know, Batman walking next to Gordon, and like they're all really bright and they don't have any of that like high contrast shadow on them, and it's like, damn, well, that looks bad, you know? So
it's fucking weird.
I mean, here's the thing. I feel like if the PC version of the remaster was a thing, then modders could have went in and fixed this.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
It's not a thing, so you're stuck with what you got. Other jank includes the PhysX option that you get to turn on, where it's like it fucking recommends like a GTX fucking putt whatever 2009 card, and then I switch it on, and it's like, hey man, you don't have this kind of video card. Like, are you sure you can handle it? You might not meet the requirement. And I'm like literally how cute it is. And then it's like, no, the game crashed in the intro, fucking with the PhysX on. So I had to literally go back and turn it off, because it's like, hey, do you have a GTX 250 or whatever it was asking for? Like,
that might have been the biggest scam to ever hit graphics card ever, which is like a separate video card just for physics. It's like, and then they discontinued the API. So it's like, it's not even fucking forward supported.
Yep.
Like that shit is gone.
So yeah, no. Just fuck your super card. This is still not going to work. Almost like Crysis, you know? Just built different. Anyway, so we turn the PhysX off and continue to play. And yeah, it's Batman Arkham Asylum, and you're fighting enemies in that Assassin's Creed sticky attack style, you know?
Well, actually, it became the Batman combat after that.
Right. And I know that this is what I brought that up in the recording, but this is what you guys have been calling Batman combat, you know, for a long time. But
2009.
Assassin's Creed did it first. Batman just did it better, right?
No. The reason why we called it Batman instead of Assassin's Creed is because Batman's button layout was just hard stolen by every other thing. The Assassin's Creed combat was really stilted, and often singular strikes didn't actually do that much damage, and Assassin's Creed actually kind of ripped off Batman a little bit. The number one thing was hit the X button on the Xbox to attack in any direction, and Y is the counter button. The number one thing that defined Batman combat by every game that ripped it off was Y is a counter button, Y is not an instant kill, and when you achieve a certain level of combo, you hit two buttons to kill, or to take out, or to take down. And like everything uses that like exact button layout.
Spider-Man and Tsushima also kind of, I can see where the like years later we're seeing the thing that's more distinct than that though. Like the button layout is one thing, but to me what's the most distinct about this style of combat is the sticky auto soft lock. Yeah. That's the most defining feature. Like if you start attacking, you're not just going to attack the air, you're going to attack the closest enemy to you, and you can tilt the stick and you're only going to swing at enemies that are around you, you know? And if nothing's there, then it'll just whiff, but like
do a weird looking punch at nothing.
Exactly, right? And this brings me to what I think is probably the biggest old game jank aspect of it so far. The bosses and the big boys are not a part of that auto lock system. So you have to run around and swing at them in the ugly, whiffy, shitty feeling version of the combat. And it's not good.
Most of the bosses in that just don't fit into that combat system at all. Like that combat system was made for goons.
It feels almost like how in Shadow of the Colossus, Wander can swing his sword, but it's a pointless attack. and it
Yeah, it's
feels as
completely
if
nonsense.
like you like the whole system is designed for scaling, crawling, hanging onto a Colossus and stabbing its weak point. But what if we put in occasional moments where you do have to swing your sword, and it's like, but this swing sucks. It's not meant to do anything. And it's like, yeah, but now we have someone that you actually have to use it on. And it's like, ooh,
Yeah,
know?
I think the best boss fight in the entire series is Mr. Freeze in Arkham City, and you don't fight him at
Okay.
all.
Okay.
It's a stealth mission where, like, you know, you do the gargoyle takedown, or you do the great takedown and stuff like that. And the whole fight is that you have to hit him like 8 times or whatever it is, but you only get one of each. Because every time you hit him with one, he won't fall for it the next time.
Okay.
And it's like, okay, that's a boss fight that uses the game's mechanics well.
That
But
sounds
like,
really cool.
I'm reminding myself of like the Bane boss fight.
That's the one
Have
I'm
you seen
thinking
Bane
of.
yet? Oh man, it's fucking terrible. It's
Yeah.
literally just the goddamn Toro fucking beat on the bull when he runs into the wall shit.
And it wouldn't have been as rough if he was, again, treated like the way grunts are, but he's not, and you are swinging in a really ugly, slow manner, and those things have to connect with him. So it's not great.
Wooly, these games are great, but I'm going to be very real with you. The boss fights are only going to get worse from here. And if you're thinking that they're going to pull it out and make a really great final boss fight, fucking dash that hope right now.
So Human Revolution. Got it.
Set up your expectations for a fucking terrible final boss fight in almost every game.
Okay. Well, what you just described of Mr. Freeze sounded cool.
It's dead center it's halfway through the second game. It's the absolute middle point.
All right. Well, you don't have to break down any more than that. But
oh man, those Human Revolution boss fights were fucking terrible. Oh my god. Even the redone versions were real bad.
So that's probably the biggest glaring flaw, I would say. It also seems like the answer to almost everything so far is Batarang. Like every puzzle,
like a ninja star.
Yeah, but it's like, no, but that's the Batman gadget though. It's Batarang plus Batarang upgrades. You know, we'll see if other Batman gadgets come into play. But right now, I'm just throwing ninja stars out at people.
Each game gets more Batman upgrades. And I think, oh man, I'm watching more of this Bane boss fight where they literally just dump like 10 goons into the fucking room because like the combat system just literally doesn't work at all for big single target enemies.
Yep. I'm also a bit like confused and interested in seeing where this lore stuff is going because Mark Hamill's obviously killing it throughout the entire game, just fucking yelling at you. Riddler's being an annoying fucking, talking shit dude about the puzzles, and there's a whole lot of those.
I should talk to you about the Riddler challenges.
Oh, so yeah, no, I think you already did. There are feathers in Ask Creed 2, right?
No. Well, in Batman Arkham Asylum, the Riddler challenges are really good. There's a lot that are like, figure out what location he's talking about, or go look at a certain location.
Well, one of them was a jank ass fucking like, there's a radio, but if you don't stare at it from the perfect distance at the perfect zoom, it doesn't trigger. And I'm like, all right, it's a little old. We get it.
I want to say that in Arkham Asylum there were like 100,
255. I've been told.
In Asylum? That seems high. But 255, really? Huh. Each game fucking just kicked it up. Like City and fucking what do you call it? Night have like 400, I think. And it's like it's oh god, 400 in City and 1000 in Night.
Yeah, that sounds exhausting.
Yeah, it's like in Arkham Asylum, I did it, and it was cool, and I liked it. And fucking everything after that was just like, it was literally, they made a big wide open area, and they were like, well, we have to put something in it, so they put little Riddler trophies everywhere, everywhere. And like in City and Night, more and more and more and more, it becomes, there's a trophy.
Yeah.
Go pick it up.
You know, over the years, obviously, as this has been a thing that's been brought up by a lot of people, it's highly anticipated, enjoying it. But, you know, a lot of people can't control their excitement for this game coming up again. And in that, literally, I've gotten, like, messages and emails sent to me about, like, things to know and the this is that, and just dumping at things, just too much in some cases.
Dumping it, yep.
And one of those first things I got was about how the Riddler stuff, there's a lot of them, and don't worry, they're not a big deal. You don't need to get them all. And and I already know what the reward is for getting them, because I literally was told in that first thing right away, this is what you get for doing it. So it doesn't matter.
I literally forget what you get for doing it.
It's a video of him getting arrested, apparently.
Oh, okay.
So...
That's definitely one of those things where it's like the doing is more interesting than the fucking reward.
Well, what's more interesting than that is the actual little bits of Arkham whatever thing you're finding, you know, that are going to explain stuff. And I'm curious about what this whole, like, oh, the whatever the John Arkham or whoever the fuck that the old man is, and what all that turns into. I'm curious because as an outsider to this franchise, it's been very weird watching what to me has always just been, yeah, that's the loony bin where they lock everyone up and it's for supervillains and that's the place. Yep. And then it has a recurring role in the way that, you know, I don't know, like the Falcones have a recurring role or whatever. But
sure,
over the course of these games, and over the fact that, like, the name Arkham was on the first one and it was such a breakout hit, it seems as if the word Arkham has become a bigger, more gravitas thing than it ever was. And it feels as if you're using it in contexts that never really would have applied, you know? Like... especially when you have to use the word that people recognize for the brand, but you're going like, all right, there's an island. It's kind of like Rikers. Sure. Then there's City. All right. And now you're like, it's not the Dark Knight. It's the Arkham Knight. And I'm like, what are you even talking about anymore?
The Arkham Knight.
That's just the place where they put the bet. Like, what? You know? So I don't know. Well, I have to get there. But on the outside, this is the confusing thing.
The naming of the Arkham Knight stuff and everything about the Arkham Knight character itself is like the most laughably forced and mismanaged shit that Rocksteady ever did.
Or then just the word origins and all that stuff. And it's like, oh man, like all I can see is, damn, that Batman game was named Arkham Asylum because that's the name of the place and it makes perfect sense. But then it was so successful that the word Arkham is now the brand. So we have to find ways to keep using it, and we have to make the word Arkham a bigger deal than it ever actually was, is what it kind of
should have been like Arkham
happened.
Country. I genuinely feel like
Arkham
the
World.
plot of Arkham City like became like more of itself. Like in Arkham City, you know, you're running around like the new super gigantic city-sized Arkham, and I genuinely feel like that brand stuff affected the fact that it's like I kind of just wanted to roll around real Gotham.
Yeah, I agree. Because like, the point of what, you know, people are looking for here, you want to be Spider-Man zipping around New York. You want to be Batman rolling around Arkham. You know, this is what you're looking for. But yeah, the marketing team saw that word carried weight and then decided to just carry it and never let it go, even though contextually it only means this thing until proven otherwise. I don't know, you know, maybe some of the lore.
You're completely right. It's actually super weird.
Okay.
Like you can feel them forcing the title of the game into the plot.
Like outside of the first game, it feels as if the word Arkham should have been Gotham.
Yup. But they were already using
Gotham
the word
City,
Gotham for
Gotham
all their
Knight.
shitty spin-offs.
Gotham Origins. It's much more, like
But the brand.
Yeah.
But the trademark.
Yeah. So either way, I want to
know.
unlock those little like logs and see where that all goes.
There's something in Arkham Knight that I do want to bring up because it does factor into this discussion, which is if we were running around real ass Gotham, that means there'd be like regular people, assumedly.
Yes.
Right. And so in Arkham Knight, you are running around most of the actual city of Gotham, and their solution to that is the car, right?
Yes.
But running pedestrians over with the car can't happen because it's Batman.
So you tase them.
The pedestrians, so they're all gone. But you're running over goons, you tase them. But it might be in Spider-Man when you knock a guy off a building, if you look carefully, like
web him up.
spider web fires off of, right?
Totally.
In Arkham Knight, it might be the most ridiculous solution to this, like, probably brand problem, where, like, you can run dudes over at, like, 110 miles an hour, and they will ragdoll straight into a building. But because you electrified them first, it's non-lethal.
Exactly.
You tased it. It's so absurd.
The Tumbler's aura has a taser field on it that drops people before the physical contact.
It's fucking wild.
Yeah.
Like, you can run the tire over their head and they're being constantly electrocuted, and it's like, well, they're fine. I tased them.
The tank is rubber, I swear. Yeah. So that's all there. And
so somebody point out that recently you've entered into the Never Killed Anyone arc. Channel.
Yes.
Yeah.
The heroes that are totally without a body count. Fantastic. I also am, running into I found some weird ass bugs. There's a part in the beginning right before the Bane fight where you drop down on kidnapped Gordon and you hit Harley Quinn.
I saw that.
And it just didn't trigger the cutscene. So now I'm standing in a room with an armed Harley Quinn, but she has a grunt voice.
Has the wrong proportions.
And you punch her, and then she attacks you, and you can't take her down. It was so fucking weird. Yeah, so there's just some good old QA mischief to be found there. Not to mention, of course, that this is as well, I would say, the start of inexpensive cosplay pigtail Harley. Yep. Sexy Nurse Harley. So I'm like, man, all right.
It's totally the start. Like, it went through the Arkham series and then it made it to Suicide Squad.
At least the Jester outfit is on the profile on the pause screen, Yeah. But yes, the Juggalette is here. Whoop whoop. And yeah, like Hamill is obviously just like handed the game itself on a silver platter. It feels like he's 100%. Carrying it every 5-10 minutes, So yeah, so far so good. There's moments that make me wish I was playing the remake, but we've made our bed. We're gonna sleep in it. In the end, this is what we've been handed, And I to correct myself from earlier, I remember I said that the PS5 version of didn't work of the Return to Arkham shit, and it turns out it does if you go through a couple of steps, such as like pre-owning it on your console. But I can say this as someone who did not own it, or rather, I had it physically on PS4, but my PS5 is discless, so. Going to the store on PS5, searching for Arkham, does not yield the remake as anything you can buy and use just like that. It shows you the 2009 PS3 version that you can do through streaming, PS Now or whatever, but you can't just go to the store and buy it. Furthermore, if you go to your phone app and try to buy it that way, it says you cannot do so. So you have to, I think, it seems like the instructions were insert the disc to let the console recognize the ownership, I think. And then you have to switch over to the PS5. Like there's a couple of steps you have to take, but
for those of you who can't see me in video form, I'm rolling my fucking eyes at this nonsense. This is so fucking stupid.
It's dumb. It's dumb. But there's a way to do it, and there's a tweet explaining how that you can follow. But you can't just go to the store and buy it. So, had that. Cracked open the first 3-4 hours of Like a Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Holy fuck. Holy fucking shit. What a perfect game. Like
Ichiban is the dumbest motherfucker you will ever see.
It's so good. Everything we did in those first couple of hours has been flawless. Like, I can feel the rest of the franchise getting ruined a little bit.
Yeah,
because I can't believe how well this all comes together. Music, every track that plays was a banger. The city on the new engine is amazing. The lighting and the physics and the walking around in first person throughout the city and blowing my brain out with nostalgia for walking around Japan. Like, you can absolutely simulate what it was like to go visit there. Fucking just Ichiban is great. He's hilarious. He's fun. He establishes his character very quickly, and you get the deal.
As the total opposite of
absolute
Kiryu.
peak himbo. I think for me, it's the moment when he's like yelling at the pecking duck sign for not being open.
Sign.
And
there's no one there.
Yeah, and then the boss is like, "Fucking all right, relax." And then he goes, "Oh man, all right, we'll get you next time." And then a bunch of just some random people walk by with their New Year's glasses on and just go, haha, they laugh at him acting silly. And he just goes, "Hey, Happy New Year," to some strangers.
Yeah.
And the dude's like, "Man, Yakuza don't laugh, dude," you know? And I was like, oh, shit, okay.
He's not a particularly good Yakuza.
Yeah. Pretty, the waving at strangers part, you know, was just like, all right, got it, you know? The moment that got clipped is just the one like second of what the fuck is this bread tech that they flexed on us, where he bites into a delicious looking piece of bread and you see it tear dynamically with multiple shapes and compress in his teeth. It was wild. It was absolutely wild.
I told you. I don't know if you remember, but last week before you did this, I'm like, watch out for that bread.
What a flex.
And you went, okay.
What a flex.
I spoke about it when I played it a long time ago originally, and I was like, I think my initial thing is like, it feels like they are showing off a fucking technical or animation thing.
Yep.
Because and now that I've beaten the game, that bread shit is never used ever again.
For sure.
It is only for that one shot.
They have a multi-mesh 3D object that is like switching states dynamically to be like intact, torn, compressed, crushed, ripped, and looked like real chewed food. And it feels like they want you to just be in awe of the new engine we're on.
It's kind of crazy because this is the third game in that engine. It was Yakuza 6 and then Judgment and then this.
Not Kiwami?
But Kiwami 2 also, so it's the fourth game.
Yeah.
And in Kiwami 2, there's a part where they're pouring wine into a glass, and it's similarly impressive. And the Yakuza games aren't the most high budget. In fact, I'd say they're like
Definitely
AA games. And like it's like you're seeing like what might be the most impressive asset reuse ever. in terms of like Kamurocho,
Mm-hmm.
like what 13 fucking games with minor
Same
variations.
Mm-hmm.
But every now and then they decide to spend some fucking inordinate amount of time on some minor detail, and it fucking shoots out at you. One of the things is like pouring liquids into glasses is always a plus.
Mm-hmm.
Where we have seen hundreds of games where pouring a liquid into a glass just has their engine just shit itself and doesn't know what to do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Also, I don't know if you remember what follows the bread scene, but immediately after that scene, it then cuts to him sleeping under the covers in his bed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know, so yeah, they got it down. They're showing you that they got it down. So all of that is incredible. And then they show you the low budget scenes, cutscenes, the times when it's like we don't have full animation, but we're just static posing, you know, as our lines.
We're going to use the same animations we've been using since 2004 in some cases.
And now even those low budget cutscenes look good because they've been filtered to look like these dream memory sequences, you know, to show you like the origins of Ichiban and stuff like that. The RPG system is fantastic.
It's a really, really good RPG.
It works
especially
so well
from a team that it's their first go at it.
Mm-hmm. And there's an aspect of like physical space that you do need to be aware of. Like I went to attack a dude who was behind a brute, and the brute like fucking hit me out of the way before I could make it behind him, and I was like, oh shit, the walking around randomly does matter. You know, a little bit, or like getting there in time to stomp on somebody for a free hit, you know? It works. It fucking comes together, you know? And he's celebrating his level ups, and then you see him literally doing it in the middle of the street. You know? I just
So let me ask you, you're being sponsored to play like a dragon.
Yes.
And you're being sponsored. I think you said 13 hours.
About.
Is that 13 hours on the clock, or is that stop here?
What do you mean?
Is it like, hey, play it for 13 hours, or is it like get up to this point that should be about 13 hours?
It's on the clock, but I'm going to stop at a natural conclusion.
Okay.
I'm not going to stop prior to a natural conclusion.
You're gonna be in a fucking world of pain sitting on that shit for 8 years.
I get it, but it's I'm not that worried about it. We'll see what happens, but I'm right now I'm floored with the quality, and who knows, you know, what the future holds. But I mean, I have Zero. I'm working on Zero. This is what we're doing, you know. So we started with the dub, and the dub is excellent.
Is it not excellent?
You get called a cum stain like in the first 10 minutes or whatever. Shit is wild. Pro ZD is in there. George Takai.
The localization for the Yakuza games has always been exemplary, but once they started to dub them, it's been like above and beyond, and is probably the most impressive dub job in the entire game industry.
It's unbelievable.
The fact that they got the lip syncing thing on point. Great.
Yes.
They also have an extraordinarily talented localization team that is now moving into dubbing, right? Mm-hmm. And they're aces. They're injecting just the right amount of vernacular and like common language, and like you said, like calling you a cum stain, for example.
Excuse me,
but
George
on top of that, they even go so far as to have alternate sets of subtitles, which is the craziest. If you're playing, like I played Judgment in
dub
Japanese,
titles,
and you get subtitles that are translating the intent, and then if you play it dubbed, you get closed captioning that describes the audio.
Yep, subtitles and dub titles. It's perfect. Also, the grunts and barks of the enemies are not translated, So
No,
the dudes you're punching out are still going hurrah.
That'd be way too much. That'd be like, holy shit, get the hell out of here.
The barks are still raw Japanese. Johnny Young Bosch in there, and then so that's working as well. And then like just that initial flashback establishing these characters, like the boss's flashback. I'm like getting drawn in, like, oh my fucking god! Like there's like a chest buster moment in the first hour where he's banging on that locker, and I'm just like, like, holy fuck! Oh my god, it's so tense. Baby. Locker baby.
It's like, it's this great thing because, like, the Yakuza games are the most Japanese games to ever exist, and Coin Locker Baby literally taught me that Japan has its own form of dumpster baby.
I forgot about the existence of those things until like it happened. I was like, what are they? What? And it's like, oh my god, right. Yes, they exist in Japan all over the place. Oh man. Yeah, that was wild. So yeah, and then it pretty much, just got through that little intro, met like one of the characters that appears to be someone that I'm going to be hanging out with for some time.
Oh man, it's really hilarious because like like, ignoring the fact that every Japanese RPG spoils the entire party in the intro, meeting characters in Like a Dragon is fucking goofballs in terms of joining up because they all are people that stand out with huge primary colors.
Okay.
Like Ichiban's
they don't
red.
look like NPCs.
The second guy is blue. The third guy is green, etc.
The party.
And so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So you met Adachi?
I met the Lei Wulong old cop.
Yeah, that's Adachi. And he laughed at your haircut?
Yep. Yeah. What a dick. Man. Fucking 18 goddamn years, and you're doing the best you can, and you don't even have a fucking night's rest on a real bed, and this dude is laughing at what a piece of shit. Anyway,
so I'm not sure if you're familiar, but the voice actor for Adachi in Japanese is the guy who does Solid Snake and Wham.
Oh, okay.
And it's weird because
wait, hold on. So sorry. In Japanese, it's in Japanese. It's Akio Otsuka.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I saw someone say that. Yes.
It's weird because it makes him sound way cooler.
Like, tough guy cop. Like, yeah, for sure. Bato.
Yeah, there's a really bizarre thing going on with these characters in that like my perception of them changes a little bit. Like the guy who voices a character you run into later was the live action actor who played Hideaki Anno in a fucking adaptation of like his life in a movie. And wow, he like that guy. You're gonna run into him, and you're like, yeah, he looks like Anno.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
If this cop dude was voiced by fucking Bato, then I would have different feelings about him certainly. But at the very least in the English, everyone's the entire cast in English has been incredible so far. But I'm gonna be switching over to hear both. For sure. I believe isn't he Sojiro in English?
I would not know.
I think he's that guy. Papa Near Sojiro. But yeah, anyway, it ends up being just wildly good. And the funny thing too is because I'm playing it with V, and he's in the middle of I think he was playing like 4 or 3, like I forget which one he's on, but like he's new on this too, and he's just like, yeah, this makes it rough to go back to some of those older ones, man. It is crazy leaps and bounds.
It's kind of a new version of like what I would call the Atlas problem. You know, like being able to choose your skills in demon fusions, shit like that.
Yep, absolutely. Modern
the
SMT
only
and Persona.
one, genuinely the only one that's like really like feels impossible to go back to is 1, because
It's a different genre entirely.
The side quests in 1 aren't fun. They're serious.
Okay.
They're almost all kind of serious.
Okay.
And like 80% of them are variations of I bumped into you, you broke my arm. Scam shit.
Okay.
The humor, the real zany ass humor started with like 2.
Kiwami undoes that though, right?
No.
Really? Wow. They kept that the same. Okay.
Yeah. So like 1 and Kiwami 1 are skippable, but I would say watch all the cutscenes, because the cutscenes in Kiwami 1 are still killer. But like the actual game itself,
I mean, just the tonal dissonance between what you're describing and Kiryu walking up to a radio, and then the radio guy is like, "Hey, it's me," you know, like it's like what it does the Moriocho radio Kai Harada thing, and then suddenly Kiryu's like, "Oh man, oh these stories are interesting. I should write my own." And you just get drawn into like the world of some dumb like 4 you know, strip or whatever. It's like, yeah, I kind of feel like that humor and shit not being there would make a lot of those side quests possibly intolerable. The main quest is there for all of that, your serious needs, but like helping random people over shit that like ends up not really mattering in the end, like either make a profound statement about society or make me laugh. But
yeah,
that's it.
If you were gonna go through Kiwami 1, I would say like mainline it as hard as you can. Like the side content in Kiwami is just not, it's not there.
But yeah, so it was like impeccable so far, and cannot wait to jump back in. And I'll say too that the PS5 version, fucking loading is nothing. I can't read the loading screens. You know what I mean? They they come and they fucking go. And then at one point just being like, "Hey, walk into that burger joint. Cool. Now walk upstairs of the burger joint." And it's like, "Oh yeah, indoor, outdoor, upstairs, downstairs, all of it. It's loaded in. It's active. Like interiors and exteriors are all just waiting for you to go check it out in seamless, you know, fucking experience." So wow at that. Jumped back to Sekiro, having fun with that. I'm in it for the boss fights, and I have had 2 pretty rough and satisfying ones so far. So rough in the sense that like I was like, oh shit, that's a challenge. But did it again. I was able to, like, I was playing on my own, and then I decided to go back at some point. And I'm here for it. I'm here to fucking get back to it. And what I liked the most, I remember at the time when I left off, was like that lightning mechanic. I was like, damn, you wait till this late to introduce it? Please make use of this. And then the game is like, oh no, we will.
What? You're talking about the fight with
Genichiro?
Can't remember. Genichiro?
Yeah. So
that's not late. That's like a third through the game.
But I mean what I mean is it's only used with him in those encounters, and then
isn't that crazy?
But then when you get to the rooftop for the second time, you have the option of like getting like the bad ending there. But like after you continue on, then you start fighting enemies that use it. Is what I'm saying. So like the fact that only he has that, and it's such a cool thing. I'm like, damn, please make use of this more often.
That
And then they
Gogeta
do.
fight is just fucking A+ boss fight.
Very cool.
It's
Very
fucking
cool.
incredible. That
Yeah.
I'm glad you're going back to Sekiro, because the one thing about one of the things about Sekiro that stands out to me is that out of all the From Software games, it ends incredibly well.
Mm.
Like the final 10%
Mm-hmm.
and the challenges you're running into in the final 10% are fucking excellent.
So I described this, but like when I booted it up and stuff. But I like I said, I'm in it for the boss fights, and I was ripped back in seeing a Sunhee Legend GIF of some wild shit going down, where I was like, man, that's so cool. All right,
so cool.
And straight up, I give the credit there, because it looked so cool with the lightning, parry system and shit. In it for that. And I don't want to piss in anyone's lemonade or whatever, but I continue to really not enjoy the story. I don't particularly care about the events going on.
Oh, I didn't care for it either.
And I actively roll my eyes whenever a new ancient MacGuffin of some kind is introduced as a physical item, be it ashes or a branch or a form of rice or some special ceremonial blade or some special this or that or what. I don't give a fuck anymore.
No, I similarly didn't care for it. It was like, as I was going through it, I kind of kept expecting it to like go somewhere really interesting.
Yeah,
it doesn't.
No.
But
I went from being like displeased by the story to disliking it.
Yeah.
With Kuro and all that stuff. The Tengu fucking dude continues to be a badass. Owl is a badass. Genichiro's a badass. Emma's fine. But yeah, I'm here for these 1v1s, and they're brilliant. So
the only good part about that game's story is that it does, like, the story mandates that you go to like 2 of the coolest locations I've ever seen in a game. Right.
Yeah, the area.
Did you go to the
temple,
the monk temple area?
Yeah. Mount Sempo did that. That was early on. Very, very cool.
Centipede shit is fucking rad.
And the area now where it's the temple with the underwater zone underneath it.
Oh, that's the other area I'm talking about. Yep, that area is fucking incredible.
Gorgeous. Really, really cool. And yeah, so that's nice. I'm also like, there's stuff about the flow of gameplay outside of boss fights that I'm also not particularly enjoying. Like, I love zipping around the environments. Stealthing is cool. The fights are, you have that whole fucking just no stamina. You just go in and you try to off balance the person and stuff like that. The idea of like fucking up and having to reset the aggro situation is like, it's kind of lame when that occurs. If it's like stealth your way through, if you get caught, I like fighting out of it, but sometimes it's not possible. Like if it's just, you're just fighting 8 dudes, you're not gonna make it out this way. I'm also like pretty like there's some rust that I had to get off, and like I tried my best to do so. I was able to at least take on the owl and the true monk so far, but anyway, whatever. I mean, look, I don't mean to go on any more of that stuff. In fact,
you're getting to the point where you're probably going to want to ask somebody to help provide a ending guide for you.
I have it already. I have it.
Okay, because there are unique boss fights to some of those, and they are straight up the best things in the entire game.
Right. Yeah. So I wanted to. At first, it's anyway. Initially, I was gonna go for that like the bad ending set, and I have my save file on a USB stick. Then I decided I was gonna go for the normal ending, and then Min is recommending to just go for the pure one. I've already killed the snake, so I have some of the requirements already. So I'm just, I'll take that recommendation in mind. The type of things required for these ending choices and the way the game handles these endings is also the type of thing that I fucking loathe. But
it's funny because
it sucks. I hate that shit. But
Paige was playing Dark Souls 3 the other day, and we got to the part where we got to the Cathedral of the Deep, and Chat and I wanted to make sure she met Patches, and like got the event where Patches drops you into the giant area, and it became stupid obvious, like just how fucking labyrinthine and absurd these mechanics have become, where it's like, no, don't go that way, no, don't go up that elevator, no, don't do this area, make sure to have this many souls on you when you get to this part. And it's like all the quest lines in Dark Souls 3 were like that. They were all completely absurd and had to get like this very specific sequence of events. And then you get to Bloodborne had the, what do you call it, the umbilical cords. And then Sekiro is like legitimately the most confusing and like specific of how to get all the different endings. And like I just like fucking stop it.
And also fuck your save file after you go down a road here, like
fucking stop it.
It sucks.
I hate it because they want to have the thing where, oh man, I got a different ending, oh that's cool, wow, but it's always actually, well, at the 80% mark in a From Software game, look up the ending guide online and get spoiled a little bit, I guess, so that you can actually see all the unique content.
Well, I remember the document that we got with that initial promo thing with the press kit was like,
oh man, yeah,
there was a soft ending guide in the review document,
and it said, don't do this for your review, don't do this one,
specifically telling you what's up there because of how it's structured. Anyway, I'm just like, I've already been beaten into fucking submission with everything, with arguing with people on my opinions on the game, so I don't feel like going into further round 2s and 3s on any of this stuff. But there's a lot of shit I hate, and there's a couple things I like, and those things that I like are worth it for me, so I'm going back through it to enjoy those things. But I'm being reminded of what I absolutely dislike a lot, but that's not a problem.
Oh
it's
my
fine.
God.
We're going to just go
I
through
have
it.
dank.
And if that's a shit take, I'll take that. That's fine. I'm entitled to my feelings.
Twitter news for all of you. We hear you. We got the initial tweet wrong, and we're sorry. Our aim was to draw attention to the fact that only 20% of professional chefs in UK kitchens are women, and to help change that by awarding culinary scholarships. We will do better next time. So this is after, like, one of their marketing guys was, like, arguing in the comments about how deleting it would just draw more attention to it.
Well, that's what I'm saying is, like, are they going to reply to KFC now and be like, oh, hey, guess you were right, Colonel?
This is bitch shit. This is absolutely massive 100% bitch back down. Like, fuck you, Burger King. You fucking cowards. You fucking absolute cowards.
I foresee, in fact, no, we're already in a world where we got it wrong doesn't really mean anything anymore.
Oh yeah, no.
The phrasing
it's got part it of wrong. The plan. It could have been part of the plan, honestly.
Literally. Don't even write off that conspiracy. Anyway, whatever. Poo poo on that. Shit to your burger. The thing I was gonna say in regards to Sekiro, something else. Oh yes, as you mentioned, what was going on with Paige with Dark Souls. So
yeah,
fucking Redri did the Maiden Estrella fight, and like, to me, that's my favorite part of the entire game, right?
It's way up there.
And
it's way up there.
You know, but at the same time, you definitely cannot be a fucking shitty, like, stare at face. Huh? Is he liking it? Is he like? You can't let people play the game. You know. So all I did was I kind of went like, hey, make sure to be alive when you go into that room, because you can't. He doesn't talk to you if you're not, right? And I'm like, damn, that's a dumb thing, but that's how it is, and it's easy to miss some cool little bits about it, you know. But like, yeah, just make sure you're alive when you go in. But then like, if you, so I'm like, all right, it shouldn't be. It's not that tough of a thing in the end. Like, you can kind of make it through. But if you die and you fuck up World Tendency, then the Sell in Vinland quest is a little burnt as well.
Yeah.
And so he went in and he makes a hard right, and I'm just like, oh no.
No! No, you have to go left. You have to go left.
You know, and
if he goes right, he'll fall into the pit and die for sure on his first try.
Doesn't go according to plan, you know? And it's like, okay. There's a cinematic way for this to happen, but only if you make the right random decision at the fork, you know? And
the first time I beat Estrella, I shot her with arrows.
Yeah, sure. You know? And that's it. Like, so anyway, some weird stuff goes down, and I was just like, oh man. Well, par experience with the coolness of what that fight is supposed to play out like when it's done right, but there's so many ways it cannot go, and it's a video game, so that's what it's supposed to be at the end. But damn if that's not the coolest moment not happening the same way for you, you know? That I had to kind of like, I went, all right, well, now that we're done here, I'll just explain what it was like when I went through it, and here's why I like it so much, you know? But
there's From Software does something that I do find like laudable in some ways, where they are totally cool with players, even tons of players, missing out on a cool thing they put in the game, right? They're cool on you missing a dialogue. They're cool on you missing a quest. They're cool on you, like, think of how many optional, like really optional boss fights there are throughout the series. There's a ton. And you could easily just like think about like Dark Lurker in Dark Souls 2 and what a massive fucking like rigmarole it was to even unlock the ability to fight that fucking thing, right? But at the same time, it doesn't feel really optional. It doesn't feel like you're making a choice most of the time. It feels like you didn't happen to turn the camera in a specific direction while walking through a specific area. Or in Dark Souls 1 case, you didn't think to hit a second illusory wall behind a chest and find the coolest area in the game. Like, it's too much.
This is it, right? It's like, you can, even if it is optional, which it is, some of your strongest memories of this game is that easily missable shit in this moment. I mean, like, it would, think of, like, if my fight with Tarkus did not play out that way, a massive spike of love I have in that game would have been completely different.
Oh, it's like one of the coolest things I've ever seen happen, and it only happened to you. I've never seen
And that has cemented itself in my heart as something I am in love with about this game. But it only happened in this way, and finding out how many other ways it could have gone is weird, considering how much of a highlight that was for me. You know? And I mean, I similar to say about like Bior and the Penetrator, where like, on the one hand, I wish there was a way to like just go like, here, now fight him for real in a memory, you know?
Oh man, Bjorn the Penetrator is like, do you want a really tough boss fight? or do you want to save this cool character who will just straight up win the fight for you?
Unless you're like me
Like,
on New Game Plus and you swing your DBS so hard that he aggroes on you, and then it becomes a 2v1.
Oopsie. Well, that's quite difficult.
That's what happened, and that's how I think I told you. It's like then I had to do the sin payment, and I paid 64K to get forgiven, but the sin payment system breaks the character so that he never travels ahead to the final area. He stays unaggroed but idle in the penetrator room for the rest of the game. Anyway,
that's fucking so stupid.
Super weird. Sekiro is that's it. The FromSoft thing there is it's rough when you're like, man, like you are robbing someone potentially of like, something incredibly rad, and the replay value certainly when you pick these games up, like we're let's playing at the end of the day too. You got to remember, like if you're going through it once on camera and such, it's not the same as somebody who is going to have this and is going to be like, yo, I'm going right back in. But me personally, in my own free time, I'm not the type of person that would necessarily boot Sekiro right back up and go through it again to do the bad ending or the good ending or get the alternate choice there.
One of the reasons why I used the save file stuff is because I literally wanted to get all of them in one go.
Yeah.
And then I ran through I think New Game Plus to get to the bad end. And then I had fought everything in the game once, but I don't think I'm ever going to go back to Sekiro.
I mean, when I was doing SMT4, like at least you have your save, and it's not like in this case you have your save,
you can manipulate yourself.
Yeah, and not like have to upload to the fucking cloud or put on an external thing and hope that the system doesn't overwrite it because it's fighting you to do so because the game's design is to make it.
Hey, Wooly.
Yeah.
You know what you need to do? You need to get fucking excited for this goddamn labyrinthine nonsense being applied to an actual for real open world game in Elden Ring. And it's like, hey, did you fucking go north before killing the Tree Lord? Guess what? That all those orphans died, and they won't give you the Moonlight Greatsword as a result.
Ostrava killed himself because you ran past him. Except you ran like a city past him to the north. Yeah. I mean, maybe there can be some sort of like bonfire control system of like spawning things out in a way, but what if there was a way to like pull a Way of the Samurai or Devil May Cry report card for that matter and just check off, like, hey, White World Tendency events, done. Black World Tendency events, done. Neutral, done. Now that's done. Report card says I did it. Yeah. Anyway. That's what's going down. For more of those games, tune in. Check out Wooly Versus. Continuing this week with Sekiro, Yakuza Like a Dragon, and Batman Arkham Asylum. And then get into fighting games on Saturday. We took a look at the Neo Geo Pocket last week. It was pretty fun. Played some SNK versus Capcom. Hopefully, sales of that on Switch might influence someone to make a decision somewhere about something. And then I jumped over to show off some of the older Neo Geo Pocket Color games. That was a good time. I regret to inform everybody that Infinite Versus has been shut down.
Boy, has it!
Blitznetcode
fucking no one.
Blitznetcode is dead. The dream is over. Everyone go home. Or, just stop the EXE from connecting to the internet and then keep playing it. But yeah.
If you got it.
The characters are already in the build. They can't be removed. They're all there.
So I remember,
but anyway,
like when you were describing it to me, that's the part that made me laugh. It's like the characters are all actually there, but they're called mods, and I was like, this is such a asking for it goddamn situation. And sure enough,
it's hard to not
Sure.
feel responsible. It happened 48 hours after the fucking video went out. Like,
Well, you doomed us to a future with no Blitz netcode.
the future, the versus turned out to be very finite after all. All right.
Of course, a game that is literally listed as infinite. Right?
Yes. Let's take 5, and
Yep,
we'll
take
be right
5.
back with the news. All right. We are back, and let's take some sponsors here.
Let's do that.
Let's pay some bills.
That's what they're for.
Indeed. The podcast is sponsored this week by Bombas. This is the socks. This is the good feeling.
I
on
need
your
socks. Tell me about Bombas socks and how nice they are and how they're made out of 100% good stuff. I forgot the material.
Nice. Good save. They're comfortable socks. They keep your feet cozy. They are made to solve the problem of terrible quality socks by having that little rip that always happens right by the toes. You don't got to worry about that.
Or the heel.
Exactly.
One's bad too.
Indeed. You got the best with the Bombas socks. And, you know, in addition to the comfort and the detailing, every pair that you buy also donates a pair to someone in need. And through this, they've donated over 40 million pairs of socks and counting through the nationwide network of 3,000 plus giving partners. So, yeah, it's a win-win-win. Keep your feet warm. Take care of them. You don't want those awful tootsies hanging out there. And who knows? You know, we are now entering a world where people are being more brazen about their strong feelings towards feet.
Unfortunately,
the bravery is starting to get louder and louder with as the feet people rise up. So, you know, you can be a decent person and keep your feet, keep the mess, if you've got a mess, covered up with some nice quality comfort. And
keep your disgusting fucking feet covered with some good ass socks.
Don't enable them. You can give a pair when you buy a pair and get 20% off your first purchase at bombas.com/superbeast. That's bombas.com/superbeast for 20% off your first purchase. Bombas.com/superbeast. It's that simple. Thank you, Bombas.
Thanks, Bombas.
Feet.
They're terrible.
This week, podcast is also sponsored by Imperfect Foods, because who amongst us is perfect? None.
Me.
Cast the first stone, then.
Okay, I will.
Uh-oh, you're in a glass house. Now it's breaking.
Shit.
Now you're falling to your death, and you're stabbed and impaled on your own glass. Well, anyway.
That sounds cool.
It's a pretty painful way to go, but that's besides the point. The point is imperfections exist everywhere, and we're all normal, and there's nothing wrong with our imperfections. We learn to live with them. We don't throw them out in the garbage like yesterday's news.
Don't throw out weird-looking food. It's probably still tasty good.
Exactly.
In fact, it almost always is.
Exactly, right? Imperfect things with a little bit of love and care can be perfect to you, and sometimes those imperfections are what you love about them. So yeah, you got imperfect foods out here. Instead of dealing with the food that gets thrown out, tons and tons of waste every single day, imperfect food is about creating less waste by embracing food that has, you know, a physical appearance that might not be what the grocery store wants to put up on the top shelf or right in front. Not top shelf. I mean, eye level, rather. That's the deal. But in this case, they're delivering those goods straight to you, and they're just as fine internally as they always were, even if they've got a weird little shape here and there.
Hey, man, you might get a carrot that looks like a buff superhero. You don't know.
Exactly. Walking, intimidating carrot. Then you're missing out. So, yeah. Sustainable, affordable groceries, including produce, quality protein, eggs, dairy, pantry staples, straight to your door. Always adding fun and tasty discoveries for you to try each week. All you got to do is sign up and create your flexible, personalized grocery plan. And then you shop online and get affordable, sustainable groceries right to the door, right to your door. So Right now, you can head on down. Imperfect Foods is offering 20% off plus free shipping on your first order when you go to imperfectfoods.com and make sure to use promo code SUPERBEAST. Try Imperfect Foods now for a limited time. Get 20% off plus free shipping on your first order. That's imperfectfoods.com/, and use promo code SUPERBEAST to sign up. Final time, 20% off plus free shipping at imperfectfoods.com. Offer code SUPERBEAST. Thank you, Imperfect Foods.
Thanks, Imperfect Foods.
Spelling is hard. Last but not least, over here, podcast is sponsored by DoorDash, which is all about food showing up to your door. You get a meal dropped at your door when you need it. Pick from all the restaurants in your local area, all the chains you love, and more. As we've mentioned in the past, they've got over 300,000 partners in the U.S., Puerto Rico, Mexico, Canada, Australia, all of them. So if you've got a place you like eating, then, hey, why not check out DoorDash for that? And, of course, the current system allows you to do a contactless delivery, so the order can be dropped off without having to actually, get anywhere dangerously close to somebody right now. So
I have not seen a delivery person in weeks. They drop that shit and they run.
Ninjas.
And I appreciate it.
Ninjas. It's just that simple. It's good. Hell yeah. So for a limited time, listeners can get 25% off and 0 delivery fees on their first order of $15 or more when you download the DoorDash app and enter code CASTLE2021. That's 25% off up to a $10 value and 0 delivery fees on your first order when you download the DoorDash app in the App Store and enter code CASTLE2021. Don't forget code CASTLE2021 for 25% off your first order with DoorDash. Subject to change, terms apply. Thank you.
Thanks, DoorDash.
Yeah, so this week a couple things. I kind of forgot to mention it, and burying the lead 3 hours in is never a great idea, but the latest episode of Guilty Gear Lore did come out this week. If you happened to not see my posts or announcements about it, go check it out. It's a big
Which one does this cover?
So episode 3 of Heaven or Hell, Guilty Gear Lore, we're covering Guilty Gear XX, Reload, and Accent Core, all the way through to include some of the audio CDs, drama novels, and short stories. And then we end at the end of Guilty Gear 2 Overture.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Did Accent Core happen?
Not exactly.
That's the, like, out of all the Guilty Gear stuff, Accent Core has this massive story mode, and it feels very like not actually happened at all.
Yes, and one or two, an extremely minimal amount of people did I see leave some feedback going, what the fuck? You ignored everything that happened in Accent Core. That's not why'd you do that? There's all this stuff that matters there. And I'm like, actually, on the official timeline, that stuff did not happen. What matters about Accent Core is real simple. 2 things. 1, the Post-War Administration Bureau exists, and there's a dude named Crow Kuruaba, and I introduced him in the last video. He made Robokai. Okay. Second, Ino, when she's doing all of her shenanigans and things that don't happen, alternate timelines, things that whatever, she gets stopped at the end. Raven and that man stop her. That's all you need to know. Literally everything else did not occur. But there's things within those that are good to know and useful and cool information, and you can see what happens in a world where Potemkin dies, or Eddie adopts an orphan, or not Eddie, excuse me, Venom adopts an orphan kid named Eddie, who replaces who's kind of like a spiritual successor to Zato, you know, and some little things like that. Like there's tons of them. Every character has 2 to 3 endings over these games, and like almost all of them did not happen, you know.
They're all wild and out of all, like, they're everywhere.
Yeah, and it was a very difficult thing to kind of figure out how to approach, because like there's a couple of ways that I could have gone about that, and the least cool way would have been to ignore all of it. And I didn't want to do that. So instead, I picked some stuff, because even though these things didn't happen, there's characterizations and little bits and pieces that are like interesting to find out, including like the shit that makes me like Angie Mito, you know, the fact that like he is the walking iteration of Just Talk in the universe, who just wants to ask people what the fuck is going on. And he gets up to that man and he asks him, what the fuck is going on? Why did this happen? Like, you know, that shit is great. And it's really cool to see that, even though the results of this conversation are not necessarily canon, knowing that he's the kind of person that would do that is rad, you know? Also, I remember a while ago, a couple months ago, someone was like, can't wait to see how Wooly's gonna like just bias his whole video towards biking. And I'm like, oh, you mean the person who got like 2 sentences cumulative in both videos, and in this last
Biking's not important.
She
like,
jobs
I love that character
instantly to that man. What are you talking about? You know, like she's not playing a role that matters in the story. She's just cool.
Yeah,
that's it. You know, at the end of the day, in a storyline where in a timeline that doesn't happen, she goes, I'm gonna fight you, dude, and then he goes, okay, and then he dusts the fuck out of her, and then she sits there and goes, oh man, and he goes, yeah,
I can't believe it,
nah. Anyways, you know, so yeah, that's cool, you know, that's included, and the other little fun bits I mentioned, like Zato, when he dies, Eddie tries to consume Sharon, and Sharon is something else that just melts him. So, you know, anyway,
he becomes like insta vaporized.
Indeed. We then go into the you know, some of the little side stories, like fucking Weeaboo Ninja Chip Zanuff taking over a section of South Africa and turning it into his own kingdom.
I'm gonna be the president,
becoming an African warlord, essentially, you know, and then the other things as well were Eno, who is a very topical subject matter at the moment, introducing her and her role in the XX games, and of course introducing Sin. And, you know, the whole Dragon install mystery. I'm like, look, we're going to start the pieces of what that means. But essentially, we don't have the fullest answers yet. But yeah, it totally is about the eye patch. It all comes down to the eye, you know? And I saw some people were asking, wait, but what does it mean, though? You know? And it's like, well, this is where you got to use your own, you know, intuition to put it together. But you know, I think when Soul sees both of those eye patches, he walks in and goes, oh, okay, I get it. And it's like, well, what is there to get? And it's like, well, it didn't spell it out expressly, but probably Sin's eyes gave him away as a gear, and they were probably glowing as fuck and red as shit, like when they're activated, when he does his instant kill and stuff. And it was probably going to be a really rough time looking like a normal human with some big old gear eyes in your head. So in all likelihood, Kai probably took one and gave him a normal eye so that Sin could appear to be normal. And it also turns out that by having that gear eye, over the course of the games, it slowly does its thing. He uses it once before in the Exert storyline, and now he's using it, and it's doing the Dragon install bit. So that's...
I'm actually really glad, because, like, Soul and Kai were rivals, like, since the beginning, but it was always, like, a fucking joke. Like, for most of the series storyline, like, Kai doesn't have a fucking chance on this earth. Like, Soul is like Goku, and Kai is like fucking Piccolo. right? He's like, he's cool, but like,
No.
Jesus shit.
No.
Mhm.
We've had this conversation before, and I told you already, it is not that at all. Kai beats the fuck out of Soul. The difference
But he's not a
is,
gear.
it doesn't matter. Soul is not a fighter. He's a scientist that eventually learned how to wield his shit and figure out how to be really strong. But that doesn't matter. Kai beats his ass. The difference is that effectively, whenever they're sparring, Kai is not taking it seriously because he's being noble and honorable and all that shit. But in the context of war, in a scenario where it's actually like lives on the line type of shit, Kai fights in a very different, dirty manner. And the end of Rev 2 expressly shows you that when Kai decides to actually, fight as if it is a battlefield and not just as a spar, Soul doesn't stand a chance.
Wow, that is not what I thought.
He wrecks the shit out of him. Like, there's like a 5 or 6 second sequence where he stabs him in the foot, elbows him in the jaw, breaks a part of the hilt of the sword, throws dust in his eyes, kicks him to the ground, and then starts up a giant, massive electric attack. And Soul just sits there on the ground and takes it because he has no idea what the fuck to do. Soul doesn't have tactics that Kai has on the battlefield.
I'm gonna watch that right now.
So Kai fights dirty to win, but that's what it takes. And the thing is in that moment, Soul saw him fighting in that manner and like annihilating gears left and right. And basically, he's like, the first time he saw Kai, he said, he's like, I felt scared because I'm like, he's gonna immediately know I'm a gear and he's gonna kill me.
Yeah,
because no one kills gears that efficiently. He just mows them down. And then when they did duel, Kai was like, yes, on guard, my good sir. And then Soul was like, what the fuck, dude? Like, fight me for real. And then Kai wouldn't do it. He was kind of treating him like, an honorable duel. And then Soul was like, fuck this. So every time they did scrap, Soul would beat him. But at the end of the day...
Does that mean that Kai could have beaten Justice? Because Soul, like, went full gear, took his headband off, like, all the way out to get rid of Justice.
We don't know. That's some Dragon Ball logic you're playing with rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah. I mean, kinda, yeah.
And I don't think I can give a definitive answer that couldn't... It's debatable.
Because, like, the idea is, like, does fighting dirty against Justice work? Because Justice was, like, a fucking freak.
Well, like, Justice is already, like, shocked by the fact that, like, she can't control Soul to begin with.
Yeah.
But beyond that, yeah, Dragon Install is something a little different. Honestly, it's hard to say. I can say that Kai, at the start of the story, does not stand a chance because he does lose to Justice. And Cliff fights Justice to a standstill. 17 times.
And Cliff is the best.
He's the fucking coolest, dude. Cliff fights Justice to a standstill 17 times. And like Kai then you're kind of putting, again, you have to do a little bit of number logic and shit like that. Yeah, it is not a clear-cut answer, but it feels as if by the end of the story, possibly. At the beginning of the story, absolutely not. So where do we fall in between?
So I just watched that bit from Rev 2. Wow, he kicks the goddamn shit out of Soul. That is not even close.
Not even close. Flawless. And like the whole time, Soul is basically going like, "Come on, bitch, let's go. Fuck you, fucking fight me." And then he has to insult Dizzy.
Is that why?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that why Soul's fucking sword looks different in Strive? Because Kai fucked up the casing.
I mean, I think it's just the next iteration of the Junkyard Dog. I'm not. We haven't found out exactly what's going on there yet, but
Oh.
It seems likely because that shit's broke after that fight, so he's got to fucking get something together to fight that man. You know, seems likely.
Man, Guilty Gear's fucking so dumb. I love it.
And Kai does that wearing his fucking evening gown clothes, his afternoon
he's
casuals.
wearing his
He's got his button ups and his white pants on. You know, yeah. But that's the deal. Is kind of like it's Batman versus Superman, but Batman with time to plan, right? Can Clark kill Bruce? Absolutely, in seconds, no question. But Batman with time to plan wrecks Superman. Well, Kai, when he thinks the situation is actively real war and treating it like a threat, destroys Soul. Same thing. So that's episode, so that's out. We also talk about Sin and Overture and all, and of course, did you guys like the backyard section? I hope so. I had a little section of the backyard where it's just like, okay, we're doing this, we're doing it. Let's lean right the fuck in. Like, I literally fade the video out to white and it just becomes talking to an empty void about the nonsense calculations of this world and what it all means. And it's like, fuck all that. In summary, it's programming and that's it. It's a meta thing to say that you're playing a video game, but not being so tongue-in-cheek about it, you know?
I fucking hate the backyard so much.
Yeah, I know. That's fine. I like it. It's fine. Yeah, so you know, I'm glad that's finally out there. You know, only minimal corrections to make about a couple things when I got the feedback from Arxis, so that's cool. I'm glad that you know, from each episode going forward, it's been tighter and tighter. And yeah, I have a little bit more time now to catch back up. So we're definitely gonna hit Strive by the end of by the time it comes out. But for now,
dude, that sucks. I hate it. But we'll talk about that in a second.
It's great. It's fine. I have no problem. Delays for good reasons are a-okay by me. So what if they help me work on my lore videos a little bit longer? That's not the point. It's not about me.
I bet you're happy. Yeah.
But so we kind of we take it all the way to Overture, and you know, obviously next we got to cover the Exert series, but that is not all. It is not exactly straight from Overture into Exert and then Rev. There's some shit in between that we got to talk about just a little bit, but it's there, and it's called Pachinko.
Oh, get out, really?
We're going in, baby. Pachinko storylines that matter. They're canon. They're totally canon. Very important. I already used artwork from the Pachinko games in the previous episodes for anyone who was eagle-eyed. So it's there, you know? Yeah, man. We're going to go into that. Got to take a detour. Got to explain.
All right, let's get in the news.
Yeah, sorry.
We got to get in the news. First news, the delayed Strive. No!
Yay!
No. Well, maybe. Maybe yay.
Shiggy says, delay, bad game, good forever. What? Yes.
Uh-huh.
I have no problems with a game that I'm excited for taking some time, because I know how...
Why'd they delay...
Strive to June 11th, probably. Hopefully, because they're fixing the lobbies. Likely because they're at least tightening up the based on the feedback they got. Shit like replays and not replays, rematch and stuff. You know, R code problems, all of that, and yes, to add Blitz netcode to the game, of course.
They did specifically say they're working on the lobbies. Like, that's the number one thing they said they're going to be working on with this delay. But it makes me I wanted them to say, we have to completely redo the whole lobby system because it's garbage. Instead, what they said is that they will be working on various improvements and stability things to the lobbies, which I feel is going to be the lobby doesn't crash as often.
Well, for what it's worth, they've used that in the past in the developers' backyard articles that folks didn't really care about until they got their hands on the game and realized how good it was. And then it's to explain what those changes were over time with the feedback from earlier beta tests that people gave, and they did listen to those things. So far the track record on listening to what everyone's angry about has been very good. I hope that's what they do. And at bare minimum, if they don't do that, at the bare fucking minimum, make it so that the training mode into queue up to your next match system is seamless. Because I told everyone already that, like, when you do that in the room you're in, I was able to queue up with matches no problem for a while. If there was a rematch option while waiting for matches in the training room, we wouldn't even be talking about lobbies. So at the very least, making that work means the whole pixel lobby system is an optional experience that you can just completely ignore. So that's, if they don't rework it, then just make that part work, and then you don't even have to think about it either way. So that's what they said, and then we'll see what else. I mean, I'm sure they're also looking at character feedback and
Potemkin needs buffs.
Absolutely, dude.
He was woefully underpowered.
He barely walks.
In the beta. You gotta get an air dash into that guy.
So slow. They showed off Eno and they showed off Angie. Eno is interesting in this context because while she has the core things that make Eno throughout the games, they've changed a couple of them in particular. So her aerial super is now like a reversal that like it does like an uppercut that you can do to get the people the fuck off of you. And her air dash has no sigil on it. So basically she can move through the air way faster and in way harder to react to ways than the rest of the cast, to summarize.
She's the only one that keeps her old air dash.
Essentially, because she always was about, that Morrigan style. She doesn't dash forward. She dashes upwards and diagonally. She flies at you. So, she's interesting. Angie has the butterfly. It's a little bit slower looking this time around, but any character that has a projectile that bounces off of you and comes back down that you have to block twice is gonna be tricky. So
yeah, he's the only person in the game right now that I think has that thing. I mean, Rev and classically, I mean, you had Venom and all of Venom's stupid pool ball bullshit, right? With his goofy fucking projectiles that go everywhere, and then you had that. Forget the character's name. It was the little Korean girl that was inside the big robot Goken man. And they had the fucking weird pushing Hadoken move.
Yeah, where you control the projectile with your stick. Yeah, exactly. So that's it. You're gonna see these mixes. And you're gonna be forced to hold them. Eno with aerial control like that and a dash button. Fuck. Eno with a dash button. Oh my god, it'll be wild. Because she can now do her like dive kick, but she can bounce off of it instead of just like landing straight in front of you. So. Though they looked pretty cool. So far so good. And it's interesting to see like where the toned down decisions were made, we didn't get to see both of their like big supers, but we did get to see like a smaller one. They said they weren't done with the animation yet and stuff, so we'll find out. But there is a screenshot of Megalomania being cast where the speakers come out and you see all the fucking amps and like Eno is jumping in air and then you see like the wings with the speakers coming out and she's about to fucking play. So looks cool. that was Guilty Gear, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was some other wild shit that went down while we're on the topic. A new Goku has appeared in Dragon Ball FighterZ. And
another new Goku?
4. They revealed
Gogeta 4.
They revealed Gogeta 4.
Another Goku.
So, it is another Goku, and you know what it is, right? Yeah. On a function level, we got to talk about what the character is doing, though, a little bit. Because...
existing in a game with bad netcode that I can't play.
Well, there's that. Anyway, his moves are crazy. And they made him a kind of wild gimmick character that will either be the best or the worst character in the game.
Apparently they nerfed the shit out of Ultra Instinct Goku, and people are like, fucking
they did.
Finally.
They also handled the assists on Kid Goku and Boo as well. They toned down a lot of the god tier stuff that was happening at high level in the game.
Man, what a great game that's getting tons of support. Wouldn't it be great if they put out an update that made the net play better?
It certainly would. It would be very expensive to do so, but if it would save the game at this particular juncture. A lot of people in the FGC that are like competitive Dragon Ball players are kind of also lamenting that like this is kind of the end of its life cycle, possibly because this would be the time where they would announce like new stuff if it was coming. Mm-hmm. But it seems like it might not be. So if this is in fact the end, then RIP. However, I would definitely take it if the game was done, but they were making a FighterZ 2 that had net rollback.
That would be great too. That like all of these things are
that would be an ideal scenario. You know, maybe drop the noise about it in a year from now or so. But just
what would a FighterZ 2 even have though?
We'll start with the full roster, and start with rollback, and then just some characters that are not just Gokus.
Some weirdos.
Some weirdos. Or find more Gokus. Take your pick.
Are there more Gokus?
Oh, there are always more Gokus.
Look, it's the Goku who fought King Piccolo before he had the blue in his uniform. That's a unique Goku.
It's Bizarro Goku. He says, Mahe Hame Ka. Yeah.
I love DBZ Fighter. So like, it's the game that taught me.
It's like, Goku from the planet Zur and
it's the game that taught me like to understand the 3v3 fighters, and I adore it. And it's just like people disconnect constantly, and the delay is so bad. It makes me genuinely sad. I would totally have been playing it this whole time.
Yep.
Like off and on, if like at least every time a character came out. But like I touch, especially now after Strive. Like I imagine the next time I play a delay-based fighting game, I'm gonna be like, and just sad.
Can I check you there a little bit though?
Mm-hmm.
You might run into a similar experience. In fact, you would. Here's what would happen: the net play would be great, but right now the monsters are online, and you'd run into a couple of them, and then you'd probably get kind of discouraged, a little bit like Killer 100%.
Yeah, I was talking on Twitter about Killer Instinct, about like what a great game, but by the time it hit like mass availability on Steam, like for me specifically, like I got way better than all my friends very quickly, and then the people that I was going up against were like, despite the game having just come out for me, people who were playing it for like 4 years, just fucking blowing me up. But you get like, and DBZ and KI do have something in common. When you get like blown up in that game, you don't get to play. Like, KI, like not
yeah,
like
the mix.
just they're doing a combo and the combo just doesn't end if you can't break it.
So in KI, it's the most like you can play if you break out though of those games, right? It's not a free burst, but it's built in that you can stop the combo from happening. You know, but what I would say is that like there's a lot of situations that happen in these games where it's like, yeah, for one reason or another, this is not the thing that's going to land in your, you know, where you want it to. But if what you're describing is happening, the answer is to play a bit more, and then you'll end up fighting people that are on your skill level because, you know, when you're in that point where it's like, okay, so who are you? What are you capable of? What's going on? You know, and you're going to be fighting a wide gamut. It's not quite a situation like old Third Strike, you know, Fightcade or some of those games where there's literally nothing but killers online. What are you doing?
Old Third Strike might be the most impenetrable fighting game experience I can ever imagine, because the parry mechanic makes it so that you're not allowed to play.
It's kind of hilarious, but at the same time, it's important to not make people think that this means don't even look at these games. However, because there's a problem where if you make something sound like, oh God, don't even, then like a good ass game that is cool, that is worth looking at, might scare somebody away that might otherwise be interested just because of the idea that they can't climb that mountain, so to speak. But
I recently found a new fighting game YouTube man named Leon Massey.
Leon Massey
put out a video about like fighting games are for everyone, little asterisks, a couple months ago, and it's like they're for everyone, but not every fighting game is for everyone, right? And like one of the points that he makes is like, if you're trying to get into a fighting game, find something that you like, but also, particularly if you're new, finding something that just came out is kind of vital. Because people new to the genre going into like a long established game like Tekken, for example, they're gonna get fucking blown up.
Yeah, you're gonna have you're gonna have an easier time when you're amongst those who are where you're at, and you want it. So like if you're someone who's new and you don't know what you're doing, the crowd of other people that are similarly trying to figure out what's happening is going to create a soft pad for you to occasionally, you know, find matches that are more amongst your skill level. Now, what you're describing with Killer Instinct and you know, what would happen in, say, a Dragon Ball or in one of these cases is you know fighting games enough to like get beyond that introductory point. You can play them functionally enough to, you know, get to a point where you're in the lower rankings, working your way through to figure out where you land in the middle, right? And I assure you that games like KI, games like Skullgirls, games like you know, Dragon Ball, even like you would find your level in there, even if you initially are fighting some killers that hit you really hard and make you feel like you can't play the game. The answer is literally just to play it a bit more, and you know, the part where like it's like, okay, but all this tech is figured out and everything is like it's on its third season and stuff. It's like, well, yes, but at the same time, like learning your character in any given game, whether you're learning it at the start of the journey or at the end of the journey when people have figured it out, it's still relatively the same amount of investment. And you're going to have to go through that amount of time either way. The only difference is whether you're going through it with everyone else or not. But you're all going to land off at different areas of skill. And the part you're going to land at is one that is going to require the same amount of time regardless of where the rest of your competition is at. You know, so I think your answer with those games that have good rollback would have been to, just, you know, play a bit more.
Yeah, this is a discussion to have when they run well.
I'm talking about like Killer Instinct, for example.
Okay, I don't know. I got blown up so bad, dude. like my
but we-
main issue with KI was like KI is very different, but
Pat,
it was
sorry, finish your thought, but go ahead.
like not being able to visually recognize the auto doubles made me feel like I was just literally going to die.
Okay,
Like every single time.
Pat, you have to, and there's a lot to learn there. You blew me the fuck out in Guilty Gear Strive and the online beta just now. I don't know anything about Nagoriyuki in the long run. I recognize how much I have to learn about this character, and specifically about the matchup against Potemkin, who's very strong, and what I have to do that at this point, for that to be like a discouraging thing in a way. It's like, but how silly would I have been to expect to go up against your experienced Potemkin with this brand new character and win? Like there's an audacity to that I don't have. It's a new thing, you know? I would take that moment, and we're all different, right? We're all different, but I would take that moment in KI and look at it as one where it's like, okay, well, this is what, you know, the ceiling looks like in a way. But those wins and losses, especially early on, they don't matter because you're learning. You know, you're trying to get your head around this character. You don't know what you're breaking just yet. You don't know when to, you know, or how to set things up with your character. And you certainly don't know what your character's weaknesses and strengths are. But you do have enough to beat the instinctual play, to use the word, of your friends who are picking it up too, you know, and that is just enough to get to a point where you're like, okay, like, you know how high the mountain is, and now is the time to like start chipping away at that stuff. But you definitely wouldn't expect to win fighting against some killers in that scenario.
Oh no, Wooly, that's not the point that I'm trying to make. The point that I'm trying to make is that KI functions on a different like set of rules than a lot of fighting games. And like a large proportion of matchup knowledge in that game is learning to visually recognize auto doubles, right? So that you can break on like the first hit of an auto double, right?
There's the input, there's the attacking animation, there's the defensive getting hit animation, and then there's the sound effect and the spark size. So there's four things to look at that you have to start recognizing. Yeah.
And like when I was playing it, learning to recognize those auto doubles like sucks when every match it was against a different person. Like that is not a fun learning experience.
Okay. Fair enough.
Also, I just checked, and man, KI is down to 37 people a day.
So the situation with learning matchups in that game in particular, like getting used to those buttons, again, it is made easier when you know that you can look at more than just the animation of the person's attack. There's other clues, you know, and like when you kind of start there, because they added more over time too. They did more to make sure that you could identify them a little bit easier. But like when you start there, it kind of it helps. You know, if you're having trouble recognizing like what the specific character's type of swing is, which everyone does because you don't know what everyone's buttons are. You haven't played those characters. But like that's where like, yeah, the reeling, the sound effect, the other things come into play. And it is tricky, right? But what would happen though is before you learned to recognize all those things and then beat that person who's like styling on you or whatever, you would end up getting pared down to the level of player that is around your match, and then you would start having more even sets with those people.
So that's the thing. I played for like a full afternoon or two, and that never happened. I instead got paired up with the same people literally over and over and over and over and over.
Okay. Was this recently? Any chance, or was it?
No, this was a year or two ago. It was
ago.
right after the Steam release.
Okay.
I'm seeing people in the chat say that nobody plays the Steam version because it doesn't have crossplay with the Xbox. Huh. Interesting.
That could be a thing. I don't want to imply that like my experience with it was the same that everyone else had. But I don't know about that. I do think that yeah, when you're down to, 30 something folks at a given point, then yeah, I believe it does. Well, I'm pretty sure Windows and
Oh
Xbox
yeah,
are
people
playing
are
together.
people are liars. It has crossplay, just not ranked crossplay. That's interesting. So you can't play ranked.
Yeah, but not having a large pool of players like is certainly a thing that is an issue. The thing is that though, I guess it depends on when, I guess it depends on when you're jumping on, and in an ideal scenario that I find that's kind of what happens with me, and then you kind of get to this point where something that you kind of feel, and you felt it the most, I remember, in Rising Thunder, but you hit a point where you almost are winning and losing matches like intermittently.
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel as if Rising Thunder's algorithm would throw you someone way above you, followed by someone way below you, and then slowly
It was fucking crazy. It was so aggressive.
Yeah, and then it slowly whittled it down, but that was the most noticeable one, right? Like every second match was against a beast, and every first and third was against someone like that was just starting out. But when it's less aggressive, I find that it works pretty well. I did manage to find a place where I was like, okay, these are competitive matches, and I'm about here. And if I figure out what I got to do, go do some lab homework, whatever the case is, it does get a little bit better, But anyway,
is there any way to check the population on a Windows 10 game?
I don't know. Not too sure. Anyway, we got a little sidetracked there. I was kind of just gonna talk about Gogeta and the gimmicks that he's running. So most characters in Dragon Ball FighterZ have a big beam Kamehameha and a couple of options, like a crouching low attack that makes you have to block low, for example, and things like that. A couple of the weirdos don't have those things and usually have to kind of figure it out another way. So he's one of those weirdos, but they went really aggressively into that realm with it. It's almost kind of how Darlie Dagger has a bunch of these crazy super damaging gimmicks, but they're not all honest. You have to pull them off on someone who's sleeping. But here, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know if it's going to be whether you're sleeping or not, because what they gave him is one, he's the only character in the game with a double air dash. And a double air dash means you can jump over someone, dash across them, and then undash backwards, and they have to figure out which way you're going.
To do an anti-cross up.
Yeah.
What would you call that? I don't even know what to call that.
Uncross up.
Uncross up. Oh, that's... Oh.
Or they would have to do what's called a cross-cut reversal, which is if you jump over me with Ken and you try to do your cross-up, like medium kick in the air, and I do a Shoryuken the opposite way and stop you, it's called a cross-cut. Right?
Jesus shit.
Anyway, but yeah, so he can air dash twice, which is already just nuts for figuring out where to block on that situation. He has he has no beam, but he has a fake Kamehameha that goes into a command grab. He's got instead of a projectile like ha 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 ha, he has a stare. So he has an attack that just staring at you does damage when fucking Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta is around, apparently. So if you're in the close range area, he does an attack that's just him staring at you, and it tracks and hits you once.
Stupid.
Very weird. And then he has a taunt, and every time he does the taunt, he gains 1 level of buff. What that does is it turns his supers from pretty average to underwhelming into level 7 taunt. You will die immediately upon eating it, no matter what health you are. Round start, level 3, and dead character.
Almost Armika-ish.
Nonsense. But the difference is Armika has to stand there for like 30 seconds or whatever. He can keep fighting and do a taunt every time there's a knockdown.
Oh, kind of like Q.
Yes. Imagine if Q can taunt 7 times and then get an instant kill.
The biggest weirdo.
Absolutely. He does get damage increase each time he taunts. So there's that. It seems like something you can absolutely do in the middle of a fight, especially if assists are covering for you. And then the other weird thing is he has a Dragon Punch that gives a Dragon Ball to the system every time you land it or don't land it. On block or on hit, a Dragon Ball appears.
That's fucking goofy as shit.
Yes. For anyone who doesn't remember, the Dragon Ball system in that game is when there are 7 Dragon Balls on screen, you earn them by doing combos that are either that start with the right number. So 10 hits, you get the 1 star. 40 hits plus, you earn the 4 star. When you get all 7, you do an auto combo, and then Shenron appears. And if you have 7 bars, you can make a wish. And the wish can either give you full healing on your character, it can bring back a dead character, give you an extra sparking blast, or give you regen on your red health for the rest of the match. He gets a Dragon Ball to appear every time he does this Dragon Punch. Instantly. So he can just farm for meter and Dragon Balls and potentially do some bullshit. Who knows?
That's fucking so goofy.
Exactly. It's incredibly goofy.
So fucking goofballs.
We were looking at this whole Dragon Ball acquisition Shenron system as like, oh my god, why is this in the game? Can we turn it off? What are we doing here? And not only did they leave it in, they like added in a character that can specifically utilize it like more than others can, you know?
That's so fucking goofy.
His assist does it too. Well, there you go. Like, yeah. Of course, with the Dragon Balls, if someone else has level 7, if your opponent has level 7 bar, then they can call them instead. You know, so it is a risk on both ways. But it's basically throwing a loaded gun into the mix on the ground and seeing who can get to it first. So yeah, kind of a wild ass choice to put into the game as a function. Goku aside, he's a real weird gimmick nonsense thing, and he will either be the best broken level god tier character or the worst. We will see. His inability to do a crouching low light attack or a beam is big, so, you know.
There's something about the taunt thing working on assist that makes me feel like Dark Phoenix.
Uh-huh.
Like,
call out
keep
your
him in the
assists.
back.
Uh-huh. Build at
And
least 3 bars.
Just
Tag into it.
feed him. Yeah, feed him.
Tag into it. You know, he can come out once per combo. So get a couple, but the thing is, you know, like usually this is a game where, you know, 1-2 touches, that's probably a dead character at highest level play at the very least, you know. At low to mid, he's probably just going to be complete bullshit. I
could feel that.
I see him being complete bullshit at low to mid level play. Yeah. So anyway, that's it. Not to linger too long on the Dragon Ball talk, but that was a notable strange decision. Meanwhile, over in SNK land, I regretfully inform everybody that the King of Fighters for Girls will be terminated on March 31st. So...
What do you mean will be terminated?
We are not getting an English translation of the King of Fighters for Girls.
Oh, no!
The dating sim trailer, where Iori was all like, kill/murder your heart, girl.
Oh, no.
And he was all like, yeah. The King of Fighters for Girls dating sim. I wanted it in English so bad, but unfortunately, we will never get to date Terry Bogard.
You don't say that just yet. You don't know.
Fighting games are weird. Epic bought Fall Guys.
Fucking whatever. Fuck them.
All right. Mediatonic, owned by Epic Games.
I can't wait for that game to be pulled from Steam, which is going to be bullshit. Like what happened in Rocket League.
Exclusive EGS.
Yeah, that's what happened in Rocket League.
That's probably where they're going. Why would you spend all that money to buy the company if not to do that?
Yeah, pretty much.
Then again, like, it does feel like Among Us kind of comes and stays as a group kind of game. Fall Guys, it's the updates that people come back to. And when it doesn't update, it feels like the drop-off gets faster.
Yeah.
Among Us. Yeah. Anyway, so there's that.
Oh, man, I was watching a bunch of fucking terrible TikTok memes recently, and man, them kids are crazy for that Among Us shit.
I've seen a terrible TikTok or two.
Oh, man, TikToks are like the fucking worst. I love them. Terrible.
Speaking of terrible, apparently, according to some reports coming in, and then a tweet by Tracian Schreier over here, Marvel's Avengers, a service game that has struggled to keep its players, has decided to add more grind and make leveling harder.
Yeah, more grind. Yeah.
So we'll be increasing the amount of XP needed to level up starting from around level 25. And this amount will increase the closer you get to level 50. It'll take longer to reach higher levels. It'll only affect character level, not power level. If you already have level 50 characters, which is current max, this won't affect you. But if you have a character who isn't level 50 and want to speed up their progress, take the time to do so before March 18th, because after that, it's going to take longer. They literally told you, do it now, because we're going to make it worse for you.
You know what this is, right? This is doubling down on the people who have been stupid enough to stay, rather than actually fix anything. This is the
opposite of For Honor. This is the anti-For Honor move. Like, they're adding the grind in and telling you that they're doing it and, like, brazen about it. Yep. Oh, are you a whale still in the ocean over here? Have you not seen the redness of the ocean and the blood? Yet you still say, well, fuck you then. Pony up.
Die, I guess.
Just, yeah. I mean, this is one of the most honest I've ever seen of them being like, no, come March 18th, we're fucking gutting you like a fish.
Oh, no.
It's almost like an advertisement to stop playing the game after that. You know? Wild. Anyway. There's that going down. And then, of course, where would we be if we didn't talk about this week's exclusive first look at Space Jam 2 featuring LeBron James. He's doing a chaos dunk.
He really is doing a chaos dunk.
I hope they call it that. They won't. But
They will not. They will not call it a chaos dunk.
It'd be really cool if they did, though.
Oh man, can we get Charles Barkley in there with a kid similarly looking to Hoops around him?
Too deep.
That won't happen.
Too deep. Too deep. It ain't going down. Don Cheadle's in there yucking it up. So there's that. Yeah. And apparently it's not all 3D. Apparently there's 2D animation in there as well, because I saw
really
one of the animators on the movie tweeted out and said, "Hey, show off the 2D stuff. It's in there." So apparently they're going to jump or there's at least going to be some scenes that are traditional 2D animation and some that'll be 3D. So who knows?
Why they gotta do Lola Bunny like that?
Why didn't they do her like the fan art?
No, not the fan art.
Because the fan art seems to be the crux of everyone's issue. And
go back and watch the original Lola Bunny fucking introduction scene.
Yeah, but then also in that movie, there's a bunch of stuff where she's nowhere near as buxom as the arguments are going. There's a whole lot of people calling for a voluptuous form that only existed in that fan art piece.
Well, slightly more, but the original was absolutely like a hot bunny lady.
There's definitely those shots, but then there's weird inconsistency where she then doesn't have any of that whatsoever. And I retweeted like a collection of them where you can just see her looking pretty cartoon bunny. But some of them are getting all up in there. So it seems like it depends on the shot. Yeah. Anyway.
I disagree. I know. Just for real though. I'm not sitting here going like I can't jerk off to this cartoon rabbit anymore.
Rocco.
Because one, if I wanted to, I still could. And two, it's not about that. What it actually is, and Paige summed it up pretty succinctly, is that they flattened the character out and then said that, well, the reason why we flattened the character out was because we wanted them to be more capable, which is like, what, you saying girls with boobs can't do sports good? Fuck off.
Yeah, that's a completely dumb point to make. That makes no sense.
Like, actually fuck off. That's horrible.
Totally. But when it comes down to just the screenshot posting, you know, yeah, that one that was primarily getting memed is like, that's from DeviantArt. But that's a dumbass explanation. That is absolutely silly.
Like, if they just announced the change and like she was less hot, like I'm sure just almost as
and there was no statement associated with
mad.
it. What are you gonna say?
But like, pardon?
And there's no statement associated with it.
There's no statement that says, well, if you're attractive, you're obviously not capable. like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Yep. That has created quite a stir. And hey man, whatever distracts us from the real shit, I suppose.
Yeah. Whatever. Oh man. Don't worry, guys. Nothing terrible happening.
No variations of anything terrible happening. Yeah.
I don't know what that's a reference to.
Alternate COVIDs.
Oh. Well,
pellet
that's
swaps.
Fine. As long as the vaccine still works.
Oh, you say that, but we gotta...
I do say that. Now shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear any more of this.
Punch Bomb dropped some stats on me that were not very encouraging the other day. So, all right. DLC coming. Yeah, alter, exactly. Anyway. Hey, did you know there's a line in Arkham Asylum where the guards go, "Man, getting $15 an hour for this ain't worth it."
Oh, seriously?
Swear to God.
Well, hey, it's not. Working at Arkham?
Yep.
I got a buddy of mine who works in a prison, and he makes decent money, but he works a lot of hours, right? And I don't think he gets 15, but he gets like maybe a little lower than that. And it's not worth it there.
Nope.
Let alone fucking Arkham Asylum.
Yep.
Like,
remember Silence of the Lambs?
He had a fucking guy cough in his fucking face and caught COVID.
Remember Silence of the Lambs?
And that he was definitely not getting paid enough for that shit.
Remember Clarice walking down the
Oh yeah, I remember.
Mm-hmm. When those bars are just bars that allow for the transmission of fluids.
Yeah, I'm aware. Wait, the bars? Wait, what? That's a weird way to say that. The bars are not enabling the transmission of fluids. They're just not stopping the transmission.
The lack of a plastic or box of sorts as contained around Dr. Lecter is expressly enabling the transmission of fluids.
Lecter's got like the glass. He wouldn't be able to do that.
The other guy was just able to, pull a Spider-Man and web ball.
It's kind of impressive, really.
He said I could smell your Anyway. Yeah, that is not great. So what else is going on though? We got updates coming in. We talked not long ago about do you remember the sinking city? And
I do remember the sinking city. I was shocked we didn't talk about it last week, but we totally forgot.
So the Frogwares versus Nacon situation that we talked about, where basically Frogwares made the game and then Nacon put their own version of it online, and they've had a falling out, and contractually Nacon kind of stole Frogwares' work. Well, they've
allegedly.
Well, now they've proved it in video. Well, I guess allegedly still until legal whatever's happened. But I mean, Nacon. There's a video that Frogwares put out called "Nacon Pirated the Sinking City." Here's a step-by-step outline of how they did it, and they walk you through them downloading the Steam version of this game and showing you that basically the publisher stole the game from them, reverse engineered
DLC off different versions of the game,
pulled logos out, and then recompiled it themselves as an alternate version and put that up for sale. And like, it's so clear and obvious that literally when they were decompiling it using their own encryption keys, the same encryption keys worked. So
yeah. As well as this led to Frogwares being like, don't buy the game on Steam, and then they DMCA'd their own game on Steam. And this was like the result of them arguing legally, and then they went to a French court, and then the French court sided with Nacon initially, saying they still had the right to sell the game on certain platforms. And one of the things that the French court told Frogwares was, do not interfere with the publisher's ability to sell the game, barring future legal challenges. So, while it looks pretty clear that Frogwares is getting fucked on this.
Yep.
They have probably fucked themselves over by doing all this crazy shit. Because Nacon will be able to go look at them trying to fuck up the former legal decision, yada yada.
So there's what we're seeing, and then there's what the contracts that they signed say. And if the contracts they signed actually allow Nacon to do what they did, which is clearly take the build that is made by Frogwares and just put it out themselves and do whatever they want, and the courts support that, then yeah, they could be fucking themselves over because they have no recourse. And I guess the idea would be that if they ever do prove something being in their favor, they could then garnish the profits of the game for whatever amount or so, you know, if need be. But just as people standing outside that don't know what the signed papers say, the game that's on Steam is clearly the same build that Frogwares had modified, and it includes every little thing that they can do to prove that they made that. So it's not a question of did they take the same code or is it their own. It's clearly the same. It's just a matter of like, are they within their legal rights to do so? It sounds like it's still pending though, and they're continuing to challenge it.
A kind of a, what do you call it? A fucking mess.
Yeah.
This looks like a fucking shit show.
It's not unlike the Cooking Mama shit that went down not too long ago, when the publisher and the developer of the game had a falling out, and then the publisher kind of goes, well, fuck you, I'm going to put the game out anyway, and then the dev says, you can't do that unless we get paid, and then there's a whole yada yada yada, and then it's like, okay, well, the legal paper says who owns what, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Do you own, like, they own the IP? Do they own the game? Do they own the build? Do you own it? Like, what kind of contract did you sign? Because it's totally possible they signed something that says literally everything you turn over to us is our property, you know? But
yeah,
it looks bad from our side, though. It looks like Frogwares is absolutely getting fucked.
Sure does.
Yeah.
Sure looks real motherfucking bad.
And it also makes Nacon look like, you know, like technically in the right, which is not
scumbags.
Yeah, exactly. That's not the way you want to be on this, you know? Anyway. So that's what's happening with the sinking city. Watch Dogs Legion PC multiplayer indefinitely delayed due to bugs.
Oh, really?
The console multiplayer for Legion is imminent for console players. After months of delays, PC will have to wait a while longer as a number of crucial bugs cause crashes with certain GPUs. And they're trying to fix it as soon as possible. No estimates, however. So for now, delayed indefinitely until other updates come through.
That's crazy. Fucking Ubisoft is so trash.
When PC is not your lead platform, what are you gonna what?
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, I've been a console boy for a long time. And due to, you know, no small influence of yourself and many of the fine folks listening to this, I've started to become more and more PC centric with my choices. But as someone who now swaps back and forth between both, I still maintain that my console preference is based on the fact that devs treat consoles with more respect, thus I run into less shenanigans. And it's just that simple. It's not about the machine itself or the capability. It's the simple fact that PC remains an afterthought, and I don't want to deal with the bullshit that comes along with it.
Yeah, it depends on the company. Like some games, like the PC version, slam dunk, no problem. Other companies like Koei Tecmo, like you should probably play it on the console.
You know, I will argue that it's a bullshit situation, and I'll argue that it sucks every time they ignore it, but I also do not want to deal with the hassle.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah. Couple other random little bits here and there as we move on out. So Azure Striker Gunvolt 3 is coming out next year, apparently. And Azure Striker Gunvolt is a game that I've talked mad shit about because I did not enjoy the first one. But it seems like the sequels, and definitely Part 3, feature other characters that swing swords around. And I'm totally fine with everything that is not Gunvolt himself. So I am down to check out the game and play all the other characters besides Gunvolt, because playing as Gunvolt is garbage, and playing as other characters is fine. So yeah.
What's the problem with Gunvolt specifically?
His Mega Man system, instead of being Mega Man, is about shooting and hitting targets on the screen and then activating the electricity afterwards. So the target marker...
Oh, that sucks.
The target mark system is just not fun. It's just... I didn't have fun doing it. It was like mark everything on the screen and then go, rah! And I'm like, man, fuck this. Like, it just... I don't know what else to tell you. You know, the sprites were great. The bosses were cool. Everything about the world is stylish, and it's really, honestly, what could have been your actual fucking spiritual Mega Man replacement. You could have overlooked Mighty Number 9 entirely, and we could have gone the Gunvolt route. But his basic system is just not. It's just not fun. It's, you know, to me, some people like it. That's fine. You enjoy it. That's cool to you. To me, I didn't have fun. But the other characters that don't do that, no problems there. So, yeah, no, you're allowed to disagree. You're allowed to think that's wrong. I can think it sucks, and that's where we sit, man. Ain't gonna fight about what's fun. But
no, we're gonna fight about what's fun.
Yeah, I know you want to fight about what's fun.
Nah, I don't. I don't give a shit. That Gunvolt seems like it sucks shit.
Yeah. Luminous Avenger looks hot. Luminous Avenger looks like a fucking sick ass version of that. That's a similar style to what I want. I did see some footage, like Shmup God Pat was playing, and I had some footage of that, and I was like, oh my god, that game looks fucking sick. So yeah. And of course there's 30XDX as well, but anyway, there's that. There's Alien Firestorm. I don't know if you saw the trailer for this, but new Aliens game.
Yeah. Maybe this one.
Maybe.
God,
third person
please.
teams, third person co-op, horde, alien shoot killing. Maybe. Right? Just Gears of Warring aliens together as a group. Seems fine. Maybe.
Something, please. Lord.
Yeah. Featuring Ripley from Fortnite. You know, I gotta say, when I saw the Fortnite version of Ripley, I did not hate it as much as I wanted to.
Yeah.
It was weird to see a pseudo cartoonized version, but it just, I was like, okay, all right, that's her. You did what you could. It looks like her, you know, but it's the weirdest crossover ever. Coming on the heels of Ryu, but more importantly, Chun-Li in her alpha outfit, which is waking some people up. Waking some people up like smelling salts, man. That alpha costume is fucking... People were snoozing, and now they're wide awake. Sitting up, paying attention. Yeah, maybe Aliens Fireteam. Who knows? At the very least, they're you know, guess what? They're continuing to use the franchise. Mighty Fight Federation... that's the Power Stone-like game, is getting Miriam from Bloodstained. So their guest characters are now Miriam, Ricky and Kunio, Yooka-Laylee, and I want to say one more. I forget.
Because Miriam's heading over to Blasphemous as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. In that style.
Yeah. Hey, guess what? Here. You want to hear the real trash to it? Miriam looks fucking super good in that art style.
Fuck. Okay.
She looks super good.
I mean, that game's gorgeous, so that makes perfect sense. Yeah. Sure. Wow. Let me see. When is that happening?
It's out. Apparently that happened. Apparently that literally already happened.
Oh, damn. Yeah, that's really cool. That's really cool. Hey, shout outs to these new indies crossing over with each other. Shout outs to Shovel Knight showing up everywhere unapologetically. Good shit. Yeah, lastly, rumors, reports saying that this summer, finally, the internal storage options for PS5 will be available.
Oh, that'd be nice.
That would be nice.
I probably won't personally need it for a little while, but
I have a discless console. That would be nice. Now, admittedly, a lot of people just want to have a PS5. That would be even nicer. That would be even nicer.
Real nice.
However, at the moment, there is definitely a storage fucking thing problem where, it takes over 100 or over almost like 200 gigs away from your total partition.
Hard drive sizes are always lies.
Yeah. It takes almost 200 gigs away from your partition for like hidden, system purposes and shit. And yeah, like you find a couple of AAA games and you're full up real quick. So and now we currently cannot use internal storage systems. So rumor has it that'll be unlocked this summer, and that'll be fucking cool because, I didn't want to, but I'm like, well, fuck. I occasionally do feel like popping into Demon Souls, but I can't because I'm installing Yakuza and Sekiro. So that's the end of that. It's got to go. Yeah. It's like 20 gigs? No, it's a bit more than that. Come on now. The PlayStation ships with 825 gigs SSD. And after it partitions, it leaves you with 667.
Ugh.
So. All right. Letters?
Yeah, let's hit it. If you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. Dude, I've been like fucking around with the Microsoft account system in the fucking background. Like the PC Xbox app shit is like fucking terrible. Oh my god. Like it keeps trying to give me like a different fucking account than the one I have, and like I have my old Xbox account and it says that one's not real, and then like holy fucking shit.
What you working on?
What an absolute I'm trying to. I was like, I know I own Killer Instinct on the Microsoft Store, so why isn't it showing up in my goddamn games? And it's like, oh, because it's on a Microsoft account that's not associated with my old Xbox account. So the old Xbox account that I have that has like you as a friend on it, isn't the one I own PC games on. Instead, it's a completely unique one that I made back when it was just the Microsoft Store, and now I can't combine the two.
Not great.
And it's like a weird email I invented specifically for that purpose.
Man, the alternate reality where that game was multi-platform, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, guys, I don't know. Pyrrha and Mithra, they're out, right? Stuff, things, Smash Brothers. We already talked about Annie and Skullgirls, you know? We did it.
Did we do it?
I'm pretty sure we did it. Monster Hunter.
Oh, there's more Monster Hunter shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the demo's gonna get updated with Mac Below, or his name, and Monster Hunter Stories 2 is gonna come to the PC, which is nice.
Apparently, Shoryugeki is back. I don't know what that means, but it is.
I also don't know what that means.
Okay. Well, yeah. Sounds cool. All right. That's Castle Super Beast Mail at gmail.com.
Gmail.com.
I ain't talking about the Snyder Cut. Fuck that.
Who gives a shit?
We got one coming in from... Jeff says, Dear Woobat and Pat Rat, first off, congrats to Pat and Paige. Watching with a big smile on Woolie's face was a bonus. Good stuff. Congrats. There you go. I'm digging the Strive coverage. I'm trash at fighting games, but I love the style and Banana's storyline, making up the GG canon. After listening to you talk about how the game designer of Strive is a big grappler fan, watching the highlight reels of Potemkin bodying people, as a casual fighting game observer, I had the thought, would it be possible to have a game that was all grapplers and have them all feel different? Thanks for the weekly podcast. Y'all are great. Thank you very much. Yes.
Oh, totally. 100%.
Easily. All you have to do is consider this. What is a grab in a fighting game? A grab is just a thing that hits you instantly if you are in the wrong place at the wrong time. So all you have to do is design a variety of characters that can do that and change where that wrong place is according to the character. We've seen...
Super Street Fighter 4 had, like, fucking 4 or 5 grapplers? Like...
Yeah. And then you got this. You got the term pure grappler that started to come into play, you know, versus hybrid or pseudo and things like that. So nowadays, like, just looking at, like, some of the defining unique ones that we've gotten over time, you have... there's like your Zangief, who can just throw you if you're in front of him, or he can walk up to you and throw you. Mm-hmm. You've got Sarabella, who can reach out, and if you're point blank, she doesn't touch you. But if you're a certain distance away, the magic mid distance, it'll work. You've got like Axel, who can grab you from full screen. You've got anti-air grabbing. You've got characters that have to be in the air to grab you, and you've got characters like King of Fighters who combo into grabs. So just there, that's like 5 or 6 different types you can build characters around. Easy. Yeah. All it is wrong place, wrong time. So just design characters around where the wrong place is. We got one coming in from Ragavan, who says, hey guys, my wife is a doctor, was listening to this week's episode, particularly the part about pins and needles and how rubbing fixes it. Before saying anything else, this isn't me correcting either of you, just some context. My wife pointed out that this phenomenon is called gate control theory, where a nerve is carrying 2 impulses at once. The non-pain input overrides the pain input and prevents it from reaching the brain. In this case, the rubbing sensation overrides the pain of pins and needles. I guess because it's the brain's equivalent of muting a smoke detector, for example. Here's hyperlinks for further reading. Thanks.
Huh.
Interesting. So, overload of information and remove the pain so that you can get the sensations out. What about the life gate? And the death gate?
No. You stop that.
What about the night guy? uh, we got one coming in from Marshall. Jacko's 5D. Nice. That's a good name. That's a very tricky dust attack to avoid. Dear, get into fighting games for fun and for rollback. Interesting. That could go either way. Recently, I've been dabbling for some info on lesser accepted fighting games such as Overture, Brutal Legend, and many arena fighters. I've always liked the arena fighter format, but everyone is well aware they're bad. They're so bad. Like probably everyone else who's a fan of these games, I recently started asking if the arena fighter format is inherently doomed to be Kasuge, or if there's a chance of a massive whopper that could come out and blow everyone away and show the general public a more positive attitudes towards what could be done. So if Kojima were to make Zone of the Enders 3 and it's just the versus mode as a fully polished fighting game, including rollback, do you think he could be the hero that arena fighters need?
Yeah, sure. Fuck it.
Well, for starters, you're talking about a Konami property and a man who doesn't work there anymore, so that doesn't work at all. Second, as people are saying, Dissidia appears to be the arena fighter that everyone loves.
Right up until they made the one that fucking nobody wants to play. God damn it.
Could a refined Zone of the Enders 3 that was just the versus mode happen and be cool? Sure could. But would that open everyone's eyes to some kind of phenomenon? Not unless it was like, doing something incredible that like just pulls people in. But Dissidia is a really solid counter argument to this that, yeah, a lot of people, dug the fuck out of Final Fantasy Smash Brothers. And it's as alive as Square wants it to be.
Which is not.
Like, if they ever care to fucking, just do the thing, then they can always do it. Yeah. I'd say that's about that. And last but not least, Null says, Dear Cooler Avdol and Less Dead Shigechi, a few podcasts ago, you guys talked about volunteer coaching systems in games. Reminded me of the one Team Fortress 2 had. It was essentially being a spectator for a player who requests a coach. You could use that text chat to guide and help with the ability to ping for various instructions like go left or get to this capture point. No one uses the feature. New players never use it because it's just someone bossing you around, spamming pings. Veterans wouldn't coach because you'd end up with a player who's actively refusing to listen to you. The feature was added in 2011. Outside of a few months after that, no one used it. It's been almost 10 years and the feature's only become more and more obscure. Yeah. So it got me thinking, what features do you think of in games never get used and persist through updates, revisions, and sequels nonetheless?
I mean, a good example of like almost the exact same feature is the mentor system in 14 that I've described before, where it's like you get a little thing next to your name and it's supposed to be like you're knowledgeable so you can teach people how to do it. People don't fucking listen. And half the people with that little symbol are assholes.
I got one thing that comes to mind when it comes to persistent useless features. And that's point and click games like Monkey Island and all of the options they provide you with, and the fact that there's some bullshit on there that you never use more than once or twice in the game. So like open and close are separate options because context is not a thing that we're doing back then. And you're carrying forward like the scum system, but I think like turn on and turn off are just literally completely useless for the entire adventure. Taste / lick, like it's just the weirdest shit. And you never fucking use them.
Somebody in the chat pointed out, again, the same feature. Destiny 2 has raid matchmaking called guided games. that has been in beta since the day it released, and it's never getting out of beta because the Destiny 2 voice chat is terrible and it is a shit show and it doesn't work, and like it fucking sucks. Like
I feel as if early point and clicks kind of had a system of gameplay where like guessing which object interacts with which word was the game. It's almost
that
as
was
if
totally the game.
Right? It was like it's instead of typing it out in a text adventure, we just put it right there on the thing, and then you click on it to quick type it. But context again would have been like, yeah, now it's all about context. Before then it wasn't. It was, do I pull this? Do I push it? How do I get this puzzle? Do I open? What is it? You know? And that's all fine and dandy if you're actually making use of those options. But if they just sit there for the entire fucking game, it's like, what are we doing here? You know? Yeah. All right. Well, that'll do her. So
that'll do her. All right. Burger King's a bunch of cowards. Never forget.
Check out Guilty Gear Lore. It's a good one, I promise.
I'm streaming a ship dismantling game on Wednesday. Check that out.
Artifact.
It's got banjo music.
Artifact.
Oh yeah, they killed. Oh yeah, they killed Artifact. That happened.
What's up with Artifact?
Do you even remember what that game is?
No.
It's Valve's Hearthstone.
Oh. Okay.
And it's fucking it's fucking dead.
Yeah, all right, I'm going to go play Teppen now.
Yeah, okay.
Later.
If I were to go play a game, I would go play Runeterra. Those both games we mentioned are alive.
There you go. All right.